be the best, only that we try our best. And as said by one of the greatest philosophers of all time, Socrates, the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. With this note, I want to state that it's really so gratifying to look around and see so many intellectual faces. That's a pleasing welcome to what we know is going to be a great session today. A very cheerful morning to all the delegates present on this occasion, all our well-acclaimed guests of honor, all treasured invitees, our esteemed speakers, and revered speakers. I, on behalf of Department of Anatomy, SCB Medical College, extend a hearty welcome, big and warm enough to encompass you all. I am Sonali, and it's my honor to be a part of this grand event. And now it's time to call upon the dignitaries on the dais. The difference between a boss and a leader is a boss says go, but a leader says let's go. We have with us such a great leader who sets out to make a difference. For him, it's never about the role, it's always about the goal. Let's welcome our beloved, the Dean and Principal of our college, who is leading the premier SCB Medical College and Hospital at the front, Professor Dr. Prasenjit Mahanti sir, with a huge round of applause. We are very much delighted to have such a dynamic and magnetic personality with us today, whose presence makes us feel happy and energized. May we now welcome Professor Dr. Brajakishore Das sir, Additional DMET Odisha. May I now request sir to take his seat on the dais, please. Leadership is not authority, rather influence. We celebrate his leadership, he who puts his soul and heart in uplifting others and keep on influencing us. We welcome you, Professor Dr. Satyanarayan Samal sir, President of ASI Odisha State Chapter. He is also Professor and HOD of Department of Anatomy, KIMS Bhubaneswar. May I request sir to take his seat on the dais, please? He is a true person who has confidence to stand alone. The courage to make tough decisions and a compassionate look to others is his art. May we now welcome the chairman of organizing committee, our very own Dr. Satyasri Rai sir, head of our Department of Anatomy of SCB Medical College. May I request sir to take his seat on the dais, please. He is a wonderful and caring personality who has always been comforting to his students and make a difference in their lives. Let's welcome the Secretary of Organizing Committee, Dr. Santosh Sahu sir, Associate Professor of our Department of Anatomy. May I request sir to take his seat on the dais, please. Like every other auspicious occasion, let's start this event by offering prayers to Lord Ganesha and conduct our customary lamp lighting ceremony. For this, I would request our honorable dignitaries on the dais to begin the occasion by lighting the sacred lamp. I would request our esteemed speakers also to accompany them. May I now request our respected Dean and Principal, Sir, Chairman Reception Committee, to address the August gathering. Sir, please.
So tall for this. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Professor Brajakishore Das, respected Anatomy of India Society President, Dr. Satyavrata S.N. Samal, Organizing Chairperson Satyarshi Rai, Organizing Secretary Santosh Sahu, and all respected professors and esteemed faculties and dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this workshop on modalities of your workshop, which is the modalities of publishing in high impact journals. And I am really privileged and honored to stand here today in this hall after inaugurating this session, and on this podium, which was 45 years back, we had a first class here and the lectures were given by S.B. Hazari, Professor S.B. Hazari and Professor K.M. Rao. And there's only one person who's here with me now, who knows it and was with me, is Professor Pratima Sahu. She's my classmate, Professor of Biochemistry. And those lectures were excellent and they were teachers by excellence. And so you see, this podium is so holy for me, and this heritage lecture theatre so sacred. So now I really, it's extremely encouraging to have such workshops here on the workshops, this academic workshops, because this not only boosts the academy of our institute, of this department, but also of the institution as such. And I really thank Saptarshi who has organized this. Thank you. And publications in these high impact journals actually not will show the worth of academics of this institution. I think it will show the worth of this institution, as well as this will put us in a higher post in the ranking ladder. And so we all should try for these publications, though it's very difficult. And I ask the faculties here to please listen and try their best to make publications in these impact journals. As you all know nowadays, that's all this paper is very much required in an index journal for promotion of all faculties, and even the PGTs who have to have one publication in the academic year. So you see, now we should sit back and listen to our speaker, Dr. Srijit Das and Dr. Professor Jayanta Panda, and learn from them and try to apply them practically, so that we are able and will make it easier to publish in these journals. Well, anyhow, I like to thank Dr. Professor Srijit Das to give his valuable time for us to enlighten us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. Satyasri Rai, sir, Chairman Organizing Committee, to share a few words. Sir, please.
Respected Dean and Principal, SC Medical College, Cuttack, and Chairman Reception Committee, Professor Prasanjit Mahanti, respected Chief Guest, Additional DMAT, Professor Brajokishore Das, respected President, ASI Odisha Chapter, Professor Satyanarayan Samal Sir, respected professors and HODs of the different departments of the different medical colleges of Odisha and India who are watching this program online and offline, respected senior faculties who are also viewing this program online and offline, Dr. Santosh Sahu, Organizing Secretary of the CME, colleagues and students, representatives of the media, gentlemen and ladies. It is a great moment for the Department of Anatomy, SC Medical College, Cuttack, to be organizing this event on the topic of modalities of publication of scientific papers in high impact journals. The speakers for today's CME and workshop are experienced researchers in their own field. Dr. Srijit Das, Professor Human and Clinical Anatomy of Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, Oman, has around 500 papers to his credit in PubMed and around 3,000 citations, and is considered among one of the best 2% scientists, medical scientists in the world. Professor Jayanta Panda, HOD Department of General Medicine, SC Medical College, Cuttack, is a well-known academician, leader, and researcher in his own field, who has around 100 publications to his credit in different national and international journals. In medicine, innovation and research is a must. We have to strive hard to know the latest advances and in the world of medicine and its clinical implications. In order to increase the quest of our knowledge, we need to engage ourselves in regular meetings and sessions, and CME is an ideal example. By attending the CMEs, we can get to know from experts what are the latest happenings that are occurring in the field of medicine and to keep abreast of such advancements. This CME is being organized to inculcate the need of research in medicine. It is aimed to train researchers and lecturers to write good research papers which would uplift the standard of the institution. So I welcome you all to this CME. I hope you all gain some useful knowledge and from this CME and workshop and apply it to write top-notch research papers, and in the process win laurels not for yourself but also for the institution. Citus, Altius, Fortius. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Santosh Sahu, sir, Secretary, Organizing Committee, to introduce our dignitaries and speakers. Sir, please.
Respected Dean and Principal, Professor Prasanjit Mahathi, sir, Chairman, Reception Committee, Chief Guest, Professor Brajkishore Das, sir, Additional DMT, Odisha, President, ASI Odisha Chapter, Professor Satyanarayan Samal, sir, Ex-President, ASI Odisha Chapter, Professor B.K. Datta, sir, Chairman, Organizing Committee and HOD of Anatomy Department, Dr. Satyashree Rai, all professors and HODs, faculties and PG students present here and present online also. Good morning all. I, on behalf of Department of Anatomy, SC Medical College, Cuttack, welcome you all for the CME. Now let me briefly introduce the invited dignitaries and speakers of the CME. First, let me introduce our Dean and Principal, Professor Prasanjit Mahathi, sir, who before becoming Dean and Principal was the HOD of the Department of Skin and Beauty, SC Medical College, Cuttack. He is a great academician, reader, researcher in his own field, and is a renowned skin specialist. He is by temperament a loving person, very gentle in his dealings with his colleagues and public at large. Despite being in a very important position, sir is always approachable, and his guidance and encouragement has motivated us to take up the task of organizing this CME. Sir, we thank you for all from all our hearts. Now let me introduce our young and dynamic chief guest, Professor Brajkishore Das, Additional DMT of Odisha. He is a live member of IMA, Indian Medical Association, and has served as treasurer of Odisha branch IMA on multiple terms. He was the president of Medical Legal Society of Odisha in several terms from 2014 onwards. He was professor and HOD of FMT department, BSS Medical College, Burla, FM Medical College, Balasore, and now is Additional DMT of Odisha. His managerial efficiency during COVID pandemic is known to all. His contribution in the establishment of new medical colleges of the state need great round of applause. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence in this CME. Now let me introduce President ASI Odisha State Chapter, Professor Satyanarayan Samal sir. Sir has passed MBBS from BSS Medical College, Burla in 1978 and done MS Anatomy from BHU, Varanasi in 1981. Thereafter, he continued his career at BHU as lecturer, reader, and professor and HOD. After retirement from BHU, he joined as professor and HOD at KIMS, Bhubaneswar. He has published more than 60 papers in national and international journals. Now he is acting as president of ASI Odisha State Chapter. He is known as a man of principle, and his simplicity attracts many anatomists like us. Thank you, sir, for your presence in the CME. Then let me introduce our ex-president of ASI Odisha Chapter, Professor B.K. Datta sir, who is a multifaceted dynamic personality known amongst the anatomists of India. He was professor and HOD at SC Medical College, Cuttack, BSS Medical College, Burla. Now he is professor at KIMS, Bhubaneswar. Under his able guidance, All India Conference was held in Bhubaneswar during his headship at SC Medical College, Cuttack. He is also the key person behind this CME. Now it is time to introduce Chairman Organizing Committee, Dr. Satyasri Rai, HOD, in charge of Anatomy Department, SC Medical College, Cuttack. He is an alumni of this prestigious college of SC Medical College, Cuttack, and he has done both MBBS and MD Anatomy here. After taking the charge of HOD of this department, he has taken the burden of running the department smoothly despite many hurdles raised at various levels. Under his visionary and efficient leadership, such a CME is going to surface here. Today we have two eminent speakers, Professor Jayant Panda and Professor Srijit Das, who happen to be my proud classmates during MBS career at BSS Medical College, Burla. Professor Jayant Panda is now currently Professor and HOD of Department of General Medicine of this institute. He is a renowned medicine specialist of the Odisha state, having vast experience in diabetic management and critical care medicine. He is a great academician with more than 100 publications in different national and international journals. Professor Srijit Das is an eminent anatomist and researcher of global fame, having more than 500 papers published in PubMed and other high-index journals. He will be the chief speaker of the day. I am sure all of you will gain useful knowledge regarding writing ace papers from our esteemed speakers. We are going to start the CME very soon. Thank you all, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request our chief guest, Professor Brajakishore Das, sir, to kindly come up and share some words with us. Sir, please.
Respected Dean and Principal, Professor Prasanjit Mahanti, sir, President ASI Odisha State Chapter, Professor S.N. Samal, sir, my teachers sitting in the front row, Chinnara sir, Bonna sir, Arun Chaudhary sir, my colleagues, Santosh sir, Organized Secretary, my lovable junior, Satyasri Rai, the HOD Anatomy, SCB. My contemporaries, as I say, Srijit Bhai, Jayant Bhai, Munu Bhai, sitting in front. And actually, we are missing, I would like to say that organizers have missed out the point that we have got a very
eminent personality among us, Dr. Suren Munudas, who is a great researcher, photographer, and so many things. Actually, many of us do a lot of roles, do a lot of work, the variety of work, but he is a person who is good at everything, anything does. So he's really good, and we should have utilized his presence. I would like to request, if was possible, let him share his experiences here. So I am really honored and privileged to be standing here. Actually, last time when I was a faculty here, I was working here, I was here for the orientation program of the first year students. As our Dean sir has spoken, this hall brings out a great many memories for all of us, starting from first year anatomy class, leaving behind actually, and when we are students, from back rows were open. So what we used to do that when biochemistry, some teachers are there. Actually, we had very good teachers. Some teachers are really good and some were really boring. So what we used to do that after keeping attendance, we just leave behind from the behind door. So now because of SC, that door has been closed. Starting from anatomy classes to when we are earlier the staff faculty society meeting was being done here. So at that time we are coming here. So with all this renovation, this hall, these chairs are same. So that brings the nostalgic memories of our studenthood days. It was 1987 when I joined here as the first year student. None of my classmates are here, unlike Prasanjit sir, who can cite one or two classmates. None of my classmates are here. So actually, the Department of Anatomy, SCV Medical College, has done a very good job of organizing this type of CME. All of us know that we have to publish, but what is high impact journals, what is impact factor, what are citations, all these things till 2013, most of us, the faculties, were unaware that there is. I remember when Vidyut sir just asked, what is the power of your study? I couldn't answer him. In fact, when I got promoted in 2016, that was probably the first promotion where these papers were evaluated by an expert committee. So my papers were evaluated by Vidyut sir and SP Singh sir in the chamber of Dean and Principal Siddharth sir. So these questions when they asked, I said, sir, I don't know about these things. Only thing I knew that I prepared this, I did the study and I published it. And this is our national journal and it is an Index journal. So till 16, I didn't have the idea what is the power of a study. So this publishing is a serious issue. People have made career out of this. People are guiding. Just now when we see, we are struggling to make 4 publications. In front of us, Sijit Bhai sitting who has 500 publications in PubMed. Many of the alumni don't have a publication in PubMed. So it is not that we should know the art of publishing. And this type of CMEs will help us. And this is more important in case of young faculties at the level of assistant professor onwards. Because if we inculcate the knack of publishing at a young age, then only it will be helping us. See, after some time, now actually all of us were thinking that why publish? I remember here in this hall itself, there was discussion and our legendary Purna sir has once told that those who work, they don't publish. And those who publish, they don't do work in work. So that is the, see, at the being a clinician, most of us are somehow related doing some sort of public service. So we don't give importance to publishing. It is not that we cannot publish. It is not that publishing is something very great about it. Just like we studied in a structured manner for our exams, we have to have a structured approach towards publishing. And I hope this is the first time a department actually we should be really grateful to the Department of Anatomy for thinking of this type of topic. This is the job of the MEU of the college. I would request, Madhu Madam is here. She is looking after the MET program. So we must have this type of program for our faculties, so that many of the faculties don't know what is, many of them are confused about how to publish and what about this indexing, what is impact factor, what are citations. So we must know these things, and we are already half an hour late. I think we must listen to our speakers and gain really some hands-on experience tips on how to publish. Manoj is here. He's also a very good worker in this field. So I would like to see that we should take the help of people like Srijit Bhai, Monu Bhai, Manoranjan, Jayant sir, Madhu Madam, so that the young faculties, which this should be regular phenomena, and the young faculties should know how to publish. And it should be just like a real workshop type, not a CME, so that we can see this. I remember I had attended a workshop on research method at AIMS Bhubaneswar. Literature search. How do we search the literature? On that, one madam has taken a class, and in that 3-day workshop, that literature search was the only thing that attracted me, because a lot of time, most of the time, we don't find the relevant literatures. We just, as we are searching Google, we just put it on the Google, and we don't know what are the keywords, how to triangulate this search to help ourselves. So I wish many such events in the future, and this event will be eye-opener to all of us. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Satyasri, for inviting me.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, to carry out our felicitation program, I would sincerely request our chief guest, Professor Brajakishore Das sir, to felicitate our esteemed speakers, Professor Srijit Das sir and Professor Jayant Kumar Panda sir. I would now request our chief guest, sir, to please felicitate our Professor Jayant Kumar Panda, sir. Now I would like to request ASI President Professor Satyanarayan Samal sir to felicitate our Professor Rajakishore Das sir and Professor Prasenjit Mahanti sir. Now I would like to request our ASI President Professor Satyanarayan Samal sir to please felicitate our Professor Prasenjit Mahanti sir. That was really wonderful. Thank you. Sir, we feel really privileged to have your supervision and backing with us at all times possible. We are profusely overjoyed to take this opportunity to thank him. A dynamic and multi-talented personality, he is none other than Professor Dr. Bijay Kumar Datta sir, ex-president of ASI Central. He was also an ex-professor and HOD of our department. Sir, please.
I always check my watch whenever I start, because sometimes the meeting starts in the forenoon and actually inauguration start in the afternoon. So lucky that we are starting in the forenoon. And good morning to everyone present here. I am actually representing indirectly my HOD Professor Samal, because some of the part I will take only 2 minutes, not much. So formal address I will try to avoid, but obviously I should respect my here Dean and Principal Professor Mahanti, our additional DMT. Almost we have worked together for some time in Burla in a turmoil situation. You know what is the turmoil. Professor Rajakishore Das and the eminent speakers. Fortunately or unfortunately, I am their partial teachers, Professor Jan Panda and Professor Sujit Das. Why partial I am telling? Because in my time there are bigger teachers, and why I am telling just after that. And all the luminaries present on the dais, particularly Satyasri, organizing chairman, then Dr. Sahu, organizing secretary, and all those who managed to come here, and young budding PG student going to be faculties. Actually, I am ex-faculty of this college and also other college as a HOD of anatomy. So I just all always try to tell these two lines to everyone wherever I get this chance. Those who can, they do. Sorry, Mr. Das is Das I missed him. Then Madhusmita, our secretary, ever energetic and having same problem, cardiac ailment. So this line I tell, those who can, they do. Those who cannot, they teach like me. So my brilliant students are there. They have done a lot of things, and Jayant is actually now leading. I have told also Srijit in our state, particularly in the physician circle. So we hope to see many of the things today, which perhaps many of us know, but it is submerged below, which will come up. And publishing is obviously science and art both. And unfortunately, I have not taken that line much because I am man from the outdoor. So I have not taken much time to write anything much, but hope we can do it again. And the next thing I always do, take risk in life. If you win, you can lead. If you lose, never lose hearts. You can still guide to someone. So this is the two lines I just told. And one thing I will request, because additional DMT is there. In some time, I will give a video, which Dr. Satyasri will later on can show. A skill lab we have started first in its own in BSS Medical College as far as the digital anatomy concerned. But unless we go beyond that and mix up with the clinicians, and I think Professor Srijit can tell how the clinical anatomy can be prosper in this state. The next thing that we should go for a surgical workshop lab, which is called cadaveric lab. Recently, I came from Rajmundry, where they have just inaugurated a cadaveric lab. Video clip is there. I will show after some time. And this thing also present 12 years back, 12 or 1911, 2011 in Indore. They have started it so back. So in East Zone, there is no such facility. Let's try in our state to do it. Maybe SCB should take the premier institute having more facilities than any college. Here we can start, or maybe some other college. And I request the administration, including the office of the DMT and the government, to at least cooperate. We will do the things, but cooperate by helping some, well, not a very big fund if they want, because already it is astonishing that in Odisha we have got the digital anatomy tables almost in each college, almost 10 colleges. None of the state I am telling, except the institution, are having that. So already we have started the pattern, just we can follow it up. So please help us, the society and the college, to develop a surgical lab, or otherwise called cadaveric lab. Thank you to giving me this time. And I hope a very successful morning and afternoon also, with some refreshment. I think Satyasri must have been arranged. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Professor Satyanarayan Samal, sir, current president of ASI, to please come up on stage and share a few words with us. Sir, please.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, my friends, they are sitting on this table. Now, what I see here, that people in Odisha or coming from outside, they have the same mentality and they have the common approach that they call themselves as a teacher, whether they are assistant professor or they are associate or a professor. I have been trained in BHU and my brain has been washed there, and I am a different approach. And I thought that I am not a teacher, I am an educator, I am a facilitator. If you go back to the history, before the English came to India, we have a Gurukul system. The Gurukul system, in example, if you give that Acharya Harihar, he was the principal, and Pandit Gopalbandhu Das was a teacher at that time. Now, that concept has been washed out by the English people. They thought that unless this Gurukul system will not break, the English cannot rule India. So they break it, give modern education. Similarly, our Ayurvedic system of medicine, that has been washed by the modern medicine. Now, so many committee, the Medical Council of India, National Medical Council, I have been member to all this. What I gain in comparison to my VHU experience, that my guru was Professor Samir Singh, and he was sincere, punctual, motivator, and he was a facilitator. Publishing article in good journals that give a reputation to self, motivating and educating the children and the students that build their life. What I explained that what I was there in VHU, I did not know that how much respect I do have. On the day of my retirement, you can't believe that from the morning up to 11 o'clock in the night, more than 300 people, students, some of the students whom I have taught, they are by that time professors, they visited my house, and I thought that that was my asset, what I earned, what I taught in the VHU. So now publishing is is the one criteria which measures your capability and also gives some reputation to the institute. But educating the students and motivating them for their clinical skill, that will be better. And ASI, the Anatomical Society of India, or in the Odisha chapter or the different state chapter, in VHU also we have that chapter. And we teach less to the undergraduate, but give more homeworks. That homework is the only criteria so that they can be set up or they can be held up. So out of 100 students in VHU, the failure rate is about 20%. And my short experience at KIMS, that 87 students, I was examination superintendent, 87 students in post-graduation, all of them passed. Nobody failed. And out of 250 students, they are admitted for last 2 years, 250 and the last batch 150. Out of 400, I have surveyed about 382 students. The main assessment that the students evaluated that 70% of the teachers, they are boring. So just take it very seriously and measure yourself and where you stand, how much you publish, does not matter. If you are a good teacher, I still remember that in high school, I remember only 2-3 teachers. In medical college, I had 3-4 teachers. In post-graduation at BHU, 4-5 teachers. Because of their teaching skill, they motivate, they facilitate, they encourage. So I still remember them. And in BHU, there is a term which we frequently used by the student, Guruji. Here we use sir, teacher, all these things. But in that culture in BHU is totally different. And as a Sanatan Dharma or Hindu Dharma, which you call it, it was the first religion which was established. Then came the Christians, then the Muslims, then the Sikh, and so on, the Buddhists, all these things came. But if you compare this religion and their education, because the medical education is related to the religion. And this religion, you will think that what way the religion and the medical education is related. So my humble submission to the students, the teachers, and to my colleagues that just evaluate yourself, just get assessed by the students where you stand. That will measure you, not by this publication, by beating your own drum, how many publications are, where do you stand, what international standard do you have. That does not mean anything. At the last day of your retirement, it is the student who evaluate you, it is the students who respect you, it is the students they pay you the tribute, and that is the great asset for an educator or what you call the anatomy teacher. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request our most adorable Dr. Madhusmita Panda ma'am, Secretary ASI, to please come up and share a few words with us. Ma'am, please. A very good morning to all the dignitaries who are on the dais and to all my teachers who are off the dais and my dear students and all the good morning to all the participants who are online also. But the one I was just talking with sir now, the benefit of online system and the disadvantage of it. If hadn't we gone for this online, then I think this hall would have been full. So we come, that is, we want all our participants to be present physically over here so that it is a small get together. Now from, yes, 80 people are online, but we can't see them. They can't interact with us, but still then they have joined at our request. So that, yes. So this is what it goes on. Well, this is how it began. With every initiation, that initiation starts with our Datta sir. He said, can we have another CME? But just recently we had one CME at KIMS. Then I said, yes, sir, we can have one. Now, can we have it in MEU? We said, no, sir, since I am from the Department of Anatomy, how can I shift my topic to the MU? I said, no, sir, we'll not shift it to MU. We'll carry it in the Department of Anatomy of SCB. Let SCB Anatomy take the credit of conducting a CME. And I can see a number of helping hands over here. And then we contacted in charge HODs, and that is Dr. Satyasri. He is junior to me, so I call him as Satyasri now. So then he said, yes, I can do it. So we said, we'll help you along. And we have Professor John Panda sir. He is helpful to all the departments. Whoever tells him, sir, we want this, he says, yes, we'll do it. Then I heard that, yes, he will help us out. So I said, yes, that means it will be a great success again. Now I can see also Dr. Soldier over here also. So, we call him as Munnu Bhai. Actually, his wife is my classmate. So this is how, and one more thing I would share now. And last year he had donated, that is a lump sum amount to the students who get the maximum mark in anatomy. So we should also, and he has promised that he will carry out this work, and that is another encouragement to our MBBS students. So we'll announce it later on so that the prize will continue like this. So this is how he is helping us over here. And one more thing I would like to say, we have our eminent speaker. Whenever we conduct any kind of conference, any kind of CME, whatever it is, he is always present and online. And we have Professor Sridhar sir, and whenever he comes to Cuttack and his hometown, we catch hold of him. That is all. Sir, you must give us some one opportunity. So please, you have to speak some words so that we can just beat our drums over here. We have a faculty of anatomy who is established outside. So that is how and he says, yes, I'll tell a few words about it. So this is how the whole story now, and we have a number of faculty over here also. Because they go in a haphazard manner and they go for publishing in different kinds of journals, and there is sometimes we think that yes, they're publishing in different kind of journals, sometimes there is wastage of money, wastage of time also. Why not go in a proper manner so that you can publish the same thing in a very good journal? So okay, thank you. And thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all the dignitaries, all the senior faculties, colleagues, all the members of ASI, Odisha State Chapter. I would like to thank you all for your participation, cooperation, and patient listening. All sirs and ma'ams may now proceed to the corridor for a refreshing tea break. It will soon be followed by the CME topics and a hand-on workshop. Thank you.
Java. Please be seated. We'll start the CME very soon.
Hello, mic testing 1, 2, 3. Hello.
we are going to start the CME now. Our first speaker is Professor Jan Panda, who will be speaking about why do you need to publish in good journals. Let me introduce him again. Professor Jan Panda, Professor and Head PG Department of Medicine, SC Medical College, Cuttack, Odisha. MBBS Honors, MD, Internal Medicine, FICP, FACP, Fellow Diabetes, India Consultant in Diabetes, Metabolic and Critical Care Medicine. He is National President, CCDSI, State President, Odisha Medical College Teachers Association, OMTA, Chairman API Odisha State Branch, Governing Body Member, National API, Organizing Secretary, RSS DI 2007, Member, Advisory Council of Governor, SCP India, Member CWC IMA, 71 national and international publications to his credit. He is the principal investigator of internal and national trials. Sir, please start your topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Santosh. Actually, Santosh is my good friend, as already discussed. Srijit is my good friend, and I'm excited to be here with you all this morning. Anatomy starts the long journey of medical science. Everybody with a dream of becoming a doctor when join the medical college, it all starts from the dissection hall, from the bones, and from Department of Anatomy. So everybody has a nostalgic memory of this department, and I congratulate the whole team, Professor Datta, Professor Rai, and Madhu, and the whole team who have arranged this very innovative session on research and publication. And I see many of my teachers here, Professor Chinara here, Professor Datta here, and many dignitaries, Professor Arun Chaudhary here, and Professor Hamal here, and Manoranjan, Shagar, and then so many of you. So it's a pleasure sharing some facts. Before I go to my topic, I'll be brief. I'll be cutting 5-10 minutes from my presentation in view of the program running late. But my presentation, can you make it full screen? Full screen. Okay. Fine. So go to my presentation. Just tell you why do you need to publish in a good journal? This is fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So why do you need to publish in a good journal? So before that, another question comes. I think Professor Srijit Das will be taking the topic very efficiently. We have a speaker from Muscat, Oman, who is a professor of clinical anatomy, human anatomy, and into medical research, and worldwide has got a recognition. And I'm sure he'll be taking you through. Before we come to this topic, journal, before we come there, we must know why should we publish? Because in our country, we always lag behind in number of publications, number of papers, and when NMC made it mandatory for the elevation, for the promotion, everybody was stressed how to publish, and then came the rush of publication. Many went to predatory journals, many went to very less impact factor journals, and because 1 or 2 papers, 2 or 4 papers were mandatory, by hook or by crook, people started doing it. So first, not documenting what we see. Second, not having any work original to us. And third, making papers under compulsion for a promotion all goes against ethics, against research, and against the noble aim of aiding to the science which we represent today. We are with a legacy of thousands of years where so many discoveries have led to present day. I'm giving an example. Had Benting and Best not discovered the insulin, today crores of life would have been at stake. We completed 100 years of insulin discovery last year. It was 1921 to 2021, 100 years. And in such a glorious past and such a dynamic presence and such a promising future with a single molecule. There are 3 Nobel Prizes given for the discovery and the use of insulin, a single hormone which has saved crores of life across the world, and we have analogs, we have gestational diabetes, we have patients of type 1, LADA, MODY, and whatnot. And insulin has answered many of our questions so far as the diabetes is concerned, which is a raising concern worldwide. So a single discovery has changed the approach to the diabetics. I have seen the asylum where the diabetic patients were put. They were given salad, they were given black coffee, and were allowed to die before the insulin era. 1916, the First World War. I've seen the place, visited the place in Denmark, and then it's a horrible experience. It may be Hanseníasis, it may be Cox, it may be diabetes. You know how much we are helped. And yesterday's promise will have a vaccine against HIV. We developed a vaccine in 10 months against the dreaded COVID. We have 4th wave now, but we are very cool regarding the severity of the infection only because we have vaccine in place. So if we have a vaccine against malaria, vaccine against dengue, vaccine against HIV, how good it will be to control the infectious diseases. And you know how many lives tuberculosis, syphilis have taken, and what is the stigma of leprosy. And to answer this, only the medical research comes into play, and that's why we should have a original work, a publication in a good journal. I'll be very brief in my approach because I know all of you know what I'll be speaking. It's just a revision of selecting a journal. Following that, our guest speaker, Professor Das, will be speaking how you can do it and how you can show that I have published and I have added to the science and the research. How to get research published and what journal look. So the most important message comes. I want to share something which is important to share your work, change the practice, promote thought or debate, educate, get into the high impact journals, advance your career, keep your job, make money, entertain, divert, and amuse. And all of you know that in science, if we don't have this aspect, we are static. We are not proceeding. And the most important factor comes, steps in starting research. I'm just touching upon. You have to turn your ideas to a research question, and I'll tell you what a research question is. This is the startup. We tell it startup beginning. When a medical student joins, ICMR gives a scholarship. I remember my summer vacations. I did papers with ICMR. These short papers in 1.5 months time. So we have to review the literature, enlist the co-authors, statistician and supervisor, and agree who will do what, design the study and developing your methods, and think about the ethics of your study design, and write your research proposal and apply for funding and ethics approval. The impression that research is costlier is not true, because many research, they don't involve money at all. I'll quote many observational studies, many retrospective studies. It doesn't require money at all. We allow so many papers in our ethics committee where money is not involved at all. And then many theses that which you do also answers that purpose. So the journal of publishing cycle, this is a very old concept, just to revise your idea and make Professor Shijit's task easier. Receiving and managing the submissions, managing peer reviews, editing, preparing, product producing, publishing, disseminating, and archiving and promoting the use. This is all that we follow in a research publication. And here your role is to submit to the journal, and journal takes you through this whole process of publication. Research question I already told, and this starts very specific question and test a specific hypothesis. The broad questions broken to smaller testable hypothesis. Or suppose you want to see how many of COVID patients had gone to the moderate or the severe state, and what were the correlating comorbidities in the form of diabetes, in the form of obesity, or in the form of different diseases like asthma and cancer. So the first the concept, and then you break up into different comorbidities, break up into duration of the infection, different into strains of the virus, and then starts. So you call an objective or the aim, though calling it a question tends to help with focusing the hypothesis and thinking about how to find an answer. So if you sit down, if you take help of your peer, your teachers, your team, your co-PI, your assistants, the CRC, they'll have to the questions. And the mind must question. If you don't think why an apple is falling down, the answer of the gravitation force will not come to the kind. So if you are not thinking well, if the question that matters to nobody, even you, it's a poor research question. So what we see many publications in predatory journal doesn't have a research question at all. It's just a publication for some other purpose. So hoping one emerges from routine clinical data, the records will be biased, confounded, they lack information you need to answer, and they are collected for the another reason, and the fishing the expedition and data trading, gathering new data, question will engage. And then unfortunately, when you don't have a research mind, you want a publication for your promotion or for your recognition, you stick to this type of research questions. So focusing the question is important. Brief literature search for previous evidence, discussing with colleagues, narrow downing the question, the time, place, group, and what answer to your expectation to find is important. So turning research question to proposal is another step that I'm just covering quickly, that who am I collecting information from, what kind of information do I need, how much of information will I need, how will I use the information, how will I minimize the chance of bias and confounding, and how I'll collect the information ethically. These questions you have to ask yourself to turn a research question into a proposal, which you have to write down. This is the methodology where you write down a proposal. All of you know that. You submit the paper, and before I go to selecting a journal, quickly I'm taking you through writing a research paper, because if you don't know the methods, maybe you'll not feel that you should submit to the best paper around. So the first is writing a paper. Research question I have already told. Write article format and the audience who will be benefited from your study. the most important. And then searching a good journal means you are targeting a huge audience globally. So the IMRD, what I told you, why ask this research question? What did I do? What did I find? And what might it mean? Is this IMRD the writing a paper? And the introduction, background, the research questions, the methods, the results, and the structured discussion. I'm not going through detail because all of you are acquainted with, and this is these steps to write a paper. Then finally, I'll tell you about my topic, selecting a journal. How do you select? How do you choose the right journal for the publication? First, your article, your research paper must have the merit to be published in the best journal around. That will boost you to submit to the best journal. And if it is asked to correct or modify, you can do. If it rejects, you can come down to the journals which are more acceptable. So aim to reach the intended audience of your work, whom you are targeting. You are targeting students, targeting the metabolic physicians, targeting the gynecologists. So your audience. And only one journal is simultaneously submission are prohibited. So if your submission is questioned and rejected by one, you can submit to others. But now we come across this practice of slight modification and submitting to many journals unethically. The supervisor and colleagues can provide good suggestions. The shortlist of handful of candidates, journals, and investigating, and you have to aim at the scope, accepted types of articles, the readership, and the current hot topics. So articles in your reference list will usually lead to you directly. So the reference that you are given, you have to analyze those, and that will direct to the journal, because that will tell you the field where you should publish. And then if the impact factor can give guidance, but not be the sole reason to submit to a journal. The impact factor is very important, because how many people read and how the journal is placed across the globe is decided by the impact factor. It indicates the cities and the citations, the recent items, the number of the published in 2-year period in a journal, and you know the calculation. So the best journals, you have to look at your references. They'll help you narrowing your choices, and then each candidate journal find out the hot topics, and your following questions have to be asked. It's a peer reviewed. It's who are the audience, average time to print, and what is the journal's impact factor. So decide on one journal. Do not submit to multiple journals. That repeatedly I am telling, because people want a publication very badly, and they're very hurried to publish it. So impact factor is one of the important thing to know or select a good journal. It attempts to provide a measure how frequently the paper published in journal are cited in the scientific literature. It's known as citation index. I'll tell you in brief. The calculated is the average number of times an article published in the journal in previous 2 years has been cited in all scientific literature in the current year. That's very important. We just take a period of 2 years and in citation of that publication in different articles in the past 2 years, and taking into account your citations in the current year, the index is prepared and the impact factor is prepared. So if there were an average 1,000 citations in say 2007 for 100 articles published in a journal in 2005 and 6, the impact factor is around 10. So this is a example I have given. Most journals have impact factor below 2, and we mostly publish in JAPI, the Journal of America, Journal of Association of Physicians of India, and along with that we publish in JAMA, we publish in International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Countries, Journal of Diabetes and Metabolism. So most of them will revolve around 2. So this is a calculation that you can indirectly understand the impact factor, and journals with impact factor above 4 tend to be regarded as having high impact factor, and those above 10 stellar. So this is the example. I'm not going to the details and the calculations, the citations divided by the articles, and if you have 600 citations and then this is the articles, you calculate this impact factor to be 2. So if you know this calculation and if you see the impact factor from the list of published journals, you decide which is the journal which can give you maximum visibility. The next comes where to publish the conference proceedings, book chapters and the journals. We have our updates in the conference. We write down chapters in the books and there are 26,000 journals around. How do we? So the different strategies are the topic and journal coverage, peer reviewing I have already told, appropriate readership, the prestige, like has a article published in the Nature, he quotes that it's a article published in the Nature. The length of time from submission to publication, many have a very huge length, many are have a fixed time of say 2 to 4 months. So the impact factor has to be good or at least acceptable, and then you choose. So how to start the process of submitting? The audience matter. The scientist should disseminate to different audience, investigate a number of journals, know the packing out of the journals in your field, and question you might investigate about journals under consideration. So the selected questions you will all get in Aldrich wave, and here the citation reports from the publishers regarding peer reviewing, regarding focus, regarding audience, regarding publisher, regarding scope, regarding indexed and abstracted, regarding who owns it, regarding impact factor, regarding reviews and acceptance and the rejection rate. You need to learn all these criteria before speaking to a journal, and you will get this from very commonly from Aldrich wave, the WorldCat citation reports. And so the decisions, there are discipline, there are data sources, the visibility which I spoke, the acceptance, rejection information, and then you have to prepare the top list. If you are submitting to the topmost journal not accepted, you can come down and next journal. So literature reviews are useful to find them, and decision points are the currency, the selection criteria, the intention, the relevance, and of course the impact factors. So impact factor I have already told you, and I'm not telling you further. The citation report I have already told you. There are two important editions. One is science, one is social science. So when you are thinking of selecting a journal, take both science and social science, and always check both editions for your journal. Journals are placed in subject categories, and one impact factor but may have ranked multiple subject categories. Provide additional journals to consider and available through the web of science, which is the different libraries. And then you have to see the impact factors and see the acceptance of the journal, and the prestige and the visibility of your own article in the journal. So the subject categories and disciplines are important, because you are working in metabolic medicine, you are working in infectious disease, you are working in critical care medicine. They're different, the journals are different, and in every field the number of journals available are different. So journals related is based on the strength of the cited and citing relationship, and same calculation measures the relatedness of the journals to the subject category comes. So this is the citation index which I told, which ultimately decides the impact factor. And this is the social science citation index, and this is the H and G indexes. I'll tell just 2 lines regarding these 2 indexes before I close. The another 2 ways to look at journal impact is the H index. It grows as citation accumulate, that is the academic age of a researcher, and the G index is expected to be a good correlation with the total number of citation and the author has received. So H correlates with the highest number of citations, which is the most quoted paper bring to this author, and G is often the greater than H. So many times you get these indices of the journals available, and you have to consider the journal which have a medium to high impact factor, yet have a low H and the G index. And conversely, a journal may have a high H and G index and not be ranked at all in the Journal of Clinical Research. So there is no standard ranking for journals using the H and G index, and social science rank lowers that of the science. So finally, the closing thought I'll tell without taking much time, because we have a very important presentation following this. This is just a trailer and picture of Ibaki hai, and you will be knowing more about the research methodology and the publications, the data keeping from Professor Dash. So the closing that I'll put into your mind, use Ulrich as a quick overview of the journal. This is the tool that will get. Look at the JCR for the impact and the subject categories. Check out the journal website if you are still interested, and keep a record of the journals in which you are interested, tracking impact, publisher info, audience, focus, etc. Very important, because one day you may need it to advise new professionals. Like we were one day learning from our seniors, and today we are guiding you. And what you heard in today's presentation from Professor Eshen Samal, that the teachers need more training than the students, and that we realize at times the guide, the thesis guide, the PIs, the mentors, they themselves are not sure of the methodology or type of studies, and then the submission process. So that confuses. So it's important. No time is left in the process of learning. If we are not learned, we have to learn, and at least keep, because one day you may need to advise new professionals or colleagues about where to publish, or for your promotion or tenure or package like today we are looking for. So selecting the right journal is a good choice of journal can enhance the impact of your work. Factors considered like readership, recent articles, and then which paper are planning to write, subject, the ranking important to you, the citations, and the measure of utility, and then you have to she is a national versus international. This is the article low ranked versus the high ranked, and then the target to avoid the desk reject. There are many papers are rejected simply because they are not fulfilling the journal requirements, and they don't even go into the review process. So every journal has its own criteria, own requirement that you have to go through very meticulously, and then single preparation and single presentation will not fit to that. You have to understand. So finally, the 10 rules for getting published in a good journal, I'll tell you, and I'll conclude. You read many papers, good papers in the good journals. You go through, you'll have a rough idea of submission. Learn from both the good and the bad ones. Even if something is not appealing, there are many mistakes. You learn how you should not go about that. More objective you can be about your work, the better the work will ultimately become. Good editors and reviewers will be objective about your work, and you don't write well in English language, take lessons early, it will be invaluable. That's another thing. Your English, your presentation, your composition of the article and different sections has to be good. That's an important factor in India, where many people are not very strong in English, though they are very good science. So that is the next rule is understand what makes good science and what makes good science writing, but objective about them. Start writing the paper the day you have the idea of what questions to pursue. The research question I tell. So the mind must be asking why, how, what, and then asking mind is a researcher's mind. You see, everybody was seeing the apple falling. Nobody thought that why it falls below, not up. So if you ask why, how, what, when, and then comes the question, then comes the objective, then comes proposal. So that is very important. And then questions become a reviewer early in your career. Decide early on where to try publish your paper, and quality, not quantity. Everything. It's not that you have many publications, you have a very bulky article, and that is very informative. A single page publication can be also worth getting a global recognition. So finally, to end, writing for successful publication, having well-designed original study to write about, selecting an appropriate outlet journal. Recently, we discussed, and knowing what you want to write, writing clearly, making the story interesting. I like the description that it's a art and science, like story writing, like you write an article. It also involves the literary talent to compose very simply. If you read that, it will be very comprehensive. It's not that it is very difficult for you. And highlighting the significance of the results, responding carefully and positively to the referee's report, and the most important part comes doing a publication in time, which includes your thought. You see, just publishing doesn't mean anything. So your thought of what exactly you want to do, then starting the team, going deep into the research question, proposal, and start working, analyzing the data, and put it in the best journal for a visibility worldwide. So I again thank Team Anatomy for conducting this very important session, and I wish all of us will start medical data keeping, analyzing a bent of research which will not only help us, will help our institution to get a visibility in the globe. Thank you again for the time.
Thank you, sir, very much. Actually, all of us are in the infant stage. We say it is very easy to tell our PG friends, go and publish this. But actually, while guiding them, we are at a problem sometimes. We face our problem sometimes. That is, they ask us, Madam or sir, where should we publish this? Where? From where will we get one? So that is the place where, so all of us are in the learning stage. Actually, that is an actual fact now. So the thing is that sir has very well told. That is, we are in the initial stage. How to search, in which journal should we publish? So that is our initial, the first point comes to our mind. Where will we publish? When, and that publication, within what period of time? Again, that question comes, madam, within how many months will that get published? Any of us who wants to ask, yes, within 6 months or 1 year, so it's the same thing. Which journal should we publish? So that is our initial, the first point comes to our mind. Where will we publish? When, and that publication, within what period of time? Madam, how many months will that get published? Any of us who wants to ask, yes, within 6 months or 1 year, so it's the same thing. Okay, so it is a very good thing that sir has very well explained it now, that how should we go? That is the first question that comes. What should be done initially, the initial way? It is not that we should just start one experiment and yes, we have completed it, now we'll go for a publication. No, before doing anything, we have to think about the very stepwise. So, it is a very good thing that sir has very well explained it now, that how should we go? That is the first question that comes. What should be done initially, the initial way? It is not that we should just start one experiment and yes, we have completed it, now we'll go for a publication. No, before doing anything, we have to think about the very stepwise. So thank you, sir, very much for the initial, that is imbibing factor, that is the first. Yes, what should we do? Okay, thank you. So we have our next speaker with us. So instead of wasting any time, we can start with us. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, the organizers, Department of Anatomy, and also the administration here. And I used to sit somewhere in the front row because I was a PG student here. I'm a product of VSS, and I was the first PG student who started a seminar with clinical case. That time, Professor Kanchan Bose was there, and Professor Urmila Mohanty, and a cleft lip case was brought here, and they were all thinking what this fellow is trying to do. So that is 25 years back. Rewind I'm doing. So 25 years back, 1997, I left this institution. And I'm also thankful to Professor Datta, Professor B.K. Datta, who was my teacher. And incidentally, when I opted for the PG seat, so he asked me, he was there on the dais, and he asked, which subject? I said, forensic medicine. He said, sure. I said, sir, if you tell anatomy, I will take anatomy. So I'm that type of work person. So I took up anatomy. And today when I will talk, I will share my experience with you. Basically just to tell you how as an underdog, I went up. There were lots of miseries, difficulties, and I will share those things. So you can switch on this also. Hello. So this is this one, you can see the level goes up. So many people who already get their promotion, they stop publishing. And they want promotion, they approach. Can I have some paper? I was offered almost 75,000 INR for getting a high impact factor publication for one of the lectures. So that much is the demand. Okay, so we'll move on. You are sending any paper, you are always having a duel with the editor or the reviewer. This is like slaughtering, but you should not get afraid. Why should you publish? Why should you publish? This is another important thing. I think Professor Jan Panda has already said. He is my classmate from VSS days. Very fine morning, all of you are doing your duties, and suddenly a crazy person like Dr. Srijit Das comes and says, our publication, you have to publish, and so and so. So don't get bogged down by all these things. Rather make life easy and interesting so that you can do it. So here, all the points are there. If you see here, all these points, you know, I need not highlight much. To help yourself known all over the world, I will be a good doctor, I will be a good clinician, but who will know me? I'm not known because of WhatsApp University or social media or Facebook. I'm not known by what comes up in the newspaper. I should leave something where my next generations, they see who is this person. And if you publish something which is in PubMed or ISI, it cannot be erased. So it is lifelong. So this is very important. You want yourself to be known or you want to be unknown. If you want to be unknown, do your duty and simply go back home and relax. Life is easy. Promotional benefits. A fellow went for a promotion and then he was asked how many papers you have. He said maybe 2 or 3. And one of the person who was in the board said, sorry, you please prepare yourself and come next time. So your CV should speak for itself. Clear cut. I do not know, some people depend on lateral approach, political approach, emotional approach, and try to get a promotion. So the CV speaks for itself. A candidate went for an interview in Delhi. I was working in AIMS and then Maulana Azad. And I was about to become a professor with 6 months left, and I left my job and went to Malaysia. 14 years and 2 months I served in National University. So people said that he is a crazy fellow who left a UPSC job and he went for the post of lecturer. So there I happened to ask one of my professors. She was taking the interview for one of the candidate and it was UPSC post assistant professor. The fellow, after the interview, I asked him, how was the interview? He said, fine. When I asked Professor Madam, how did the candidate do? And she said, what I will ask him, his total number of publications is more than mine. So this is the story. You want to silence somebody, you have something in your CV. Otherwise, we are always at the mercy. Skywall experts, they are under Scopus and they will help you known all over the world. They will show the networking, who you are. If the institution pays, it is free. Otherwise, you have to access through other means and you know where you are. No time to write is a common excuse, whether a clinician or a preclinical lecturer. We don't have time. I have so many classes, so many exams. I cannot, sorry. So when I was working in Malaysia, we call it KPI, Key Performance Indicator. For a professor is 5 ISI papers in 1 year. Perform or get out. So somebody will say, how come? Because that is a research university. While in Rome, you have to speak Roman, otherwise you go out. There are lots of other colleges. So some people who demand, no, we cannot, and we will stay here. No, that's wrong. So this lady, not known to me, a fictitious story. Usually I will make these fictitious stories. She is studying engineering in one of the colleges in UK. And she says that whenever I do not have much enthusiasm to study, I will come out of my hostel and I will play the game of this arc. And by this, she actually diverts her mind. So if you are monotonous in your life, seeing the patients, taking the classes and all, you will never find time. I used to work with my professor in Maulana Azad, where we used to write in Udupi Cafe next to Times of India building. Very crazy, isn't it? We used to write on the bonnet of a car. We will write the abstract. So you have to come out of your daily life, plan, and go ahead. One of the restaurants outside, it's written, this is in Malaysia. So usually I will capture all these slogans and sayings. And you can see here. So this saying says that you should know what is your difficulty and try to catch the bull by the horn. I know I'm not a good writer, so I will try to improve by writing. And believe me, this concept outside India is not accepted, that if you are a good teacher, you cannot publish. And if you are a good publishing author you cannot teach. Now everything is coming mixed together. And outside India, we have three components: teaching, that is academic, research, number two, third, administrative or community work. All the lecturers are evaluated on these three criteria. And very soon you will have it in India also, I think. So you are evaluated in all domains. I cannot say that I only teach and I cannot do administrative work. Tomorrow I may be given the HOD post or the dean's post. So that is administrative. So you will be evaluated on these three components. So difficulty is where? Now you have to identify the difficulty. In Malaysia, we had something like protected time. Thursdays in orthopedics department, only academic work, no OT for 3 units. Academic work means postgraduate presentation, research proposals, thesis presentation, all this. So all the professors with their students, they will be there. Anybody doesn't come has to inform earlier. Cannot say I cannot come like that. And I have seen postgraduate students almost in tears when they go out. Thesis presentation, first presentation, usually they will make them cry. So that is the level of academics which can be brought in any department. I'm talking of clinical department. And all the students, postgraduate students, will be evaluated 6 monthly. Somebody says, I have problem, I cannot study, I have domestic problem, I cannot write and all like that. So 6 monthly we evaluate online. And my perception is, if a student is honest and has worked hard, suddenly before the exam something happens, yes, with sympathy you can clear the student. But the fellow 3 years he has done nothing, always he is asking for sympathy, you cannot pass the student in the viva. So having said that, monitoring is very important. So if the supervisor is not traceable and the student keeps on looking for the supervisor, at the end of the day, the product is zero. So this is very important. If I become the supervisor, I'm the lecturer, I should be responsible. Otherwise, what the students will do, they will come 1 week prior to the last date of submission of thesis. And this is my thesis, please go through and sign. So when the supervisor sees that, within 1 week, he will see, he will sign. And when the viva comes, at the table of the viva, the external will say, how come these references have so many problems? And it is a slap on the face of the supervisor when the students have committed mistakes in the reference section. That means he has not seen what reference has been inserted. So identify the difficulty. All these are prerequisites. I think because the country is well developed, you have a lot of IT resources with all this 5G coming and all like that. And I cannot speak openly, but after this talk is over, you can meet me. There are lots of pirated databases. Your university need not pay money also for getting all the online articles. You can get it free of cost. So you know, many of you know, you are smart enough. And when they give you all the articles free online, so where is the problem? You don't have to go to the library or ask any other person. This is very important. Sample copy. If you have a good supervisor or a professor in your department who teaches well, or he explains or he or she explains something in a different way, you follow her or his style and you will become a master. So now the first point is, if I want to send a paper to Singapore Medical Journal, I will read few articles of Singapore Medical Journal over the weekend, take a cup of tea, and then read some published articles. Then you know the style of writing. They have copy editors who have style, and if you can match, mimic their style, it becomes easy. Lead writer is very important. Who will write? Of course, the postgraduate student is the lead writer. And I have seen, because myself as a professor also, I think I should also be a lead writer, because in overseas institutions, more credit is given to the first author or the corresponding author in any place. So we need, as first author or corresponding authors, we need articles. This is a general concept about rejection. So many articles coming, so they cannot accept all. So sometimes, these editors and reviewers also will be bogged down with their domestic problems and academic problems and all like that. So they will just read the abstract. And if a lot of mistakes in the abstract, it won't go to the next stage. That's it. So make sure that when you write your thesis or your paper, your abstract is absolutely error-free. Pillion riders, as I said, somebody offered me huge sum of money. Can I get one Q1? Outside India, we have all the articles evaluated under quartile status in ISI. Quartile 1, 2, 3, 4. And believe me, money is given also. You can, in some countries, like in Malaysia, I got the money for research. I can use it. But in Oman, the money is paid in cash. So it goes as a reward. So today or later, somewhat it will come where some reward will be given in terms of the publication in high impact factor journals. That is quartile 1. Pillion riders means you have a friend who is writing and you ask the person, can you please put my name? I will take you to some good lunch and dinner like that. So this happens. I am the professor in the department. My name has to go in every paper. Terror. How dare you send from the department without my name as a co-author? Everywhere in the world, unethical practices. And if caught, this will have severe effects. So make sure those who try to chip in as pillion riders riding at the back will have problems. Co-author, I will take you for some treat also like that. I will, then you put my name, I will put your name. So this is what is happening. Ghost authorship. The fellow who enrolled for the master's course throughout 2.5 years maybe, or almost till 3 years, was engaged in some other activity. He had marriage, he had even one son or daughter, something like that. He enjoyed his life. At the end, only 1 month or 2 months remaining. Oh, suddenly I have to complete the thesis. So how to write? People are there outside. Just flash 10,000. It will be ready within 2 weeks, like a tailor's house. So this ghost authorship are people also who will come in without contributing. So one is paid authorship and another is ghost authorship. Ghost authorship is also unethical because whosoever contributes, his or her name has to be justified when you submit a paper. Salami publication, very nice dish. When you go to any hotel and then or restaurant, you have this salami. So this salami means, he says, the fellow says, Prof, I have a very nice study, 10 parameters I have seen. Can I have 5 publications? That means 2 each. So you have 5. No, you cannot do that. You can slice it, but admit it. So if you have 10 parameters, you can go for 2 papers, write it in such a way. First one you submit and publish it. Second one, you cite the first paper. If you tell the truth, accept it. And some people are so foolish, they will write all these salami publication 3 or 4 papers with the same ethical number. And when they get the same ethical approval number, they catch. So salami publication. Plagiarism. So outside in all the overseas countries, this is a compulsory. I do not know here you have for Turnitin report. The student has to, that's great. So Turnitin report has to be submitted by the student saying how much percentage is similar. Now the students are also very clever. Maybe many of you as supervisors do not know. There is also a game in the Turnitin, how they can play with the system. There they will give the, Munawai is laughing. They will give the command that not more than 10 words at a same sequence should be common. So it will not catch until 10 words are common. Usually it catches with 3 to 4 words. But when you give the command there that until 10 words it should not catch, it will not catch. So you will have 20%, 15% similarity. So all the supervisors, please screen yourself. Don't rely on the students. And students, don't try to cheat. That's very important. Turn it in. So you are starting. Once you start, you have a deadline to complete the manuscript. 6 months back, I met one lecturer near the lift who was asking about where to submit. And after 6 months also, the same lecturer is asking where to submit. So what did you do over the last 6 months? There was one supervisor who took 9 months to correct one thesis. So I was thinking that he might have gone all over the world, returned. Then also he had time, but why did he take 9 months? That's the reason whenever we are correcting the thesis, I think AIMS also has this rule, because I correct the thesis for AIMS. 1 month is given maximum to a supervisor. And if they don't do it within a month, they will say, give me 10 days extra. The remuneration fees are cut. Everything is output oriented. So please, who are supervisors and who are students, see to it enough time, the time frame is good enough. So what happens? These are all the steps when you submit. The paper outrightly it will be thrown away. Maybe the reviewer, the editor has some fight with his wife or somebody in the house. The children are making a lot of problems. His mind is stressed. So he gets a good paper for view, still then he will throw it. Because we as editors, we always do this work during our leisure hours. So don't think that your paper is too bad. It may be the mood of the editor or the reviewer is very bad. So that is very important, that the paper goes initially for review. It will come with revision comments, major or minor, or straight away it will be rejected. But they cannot hold you for more than 2 months. That is for sure. Some of the journals, they hold you for 6 months. 15 years back, I had one of the papers in one of the countries neighboring India, I won't say the name, which was held up for 2 years. And you cannot take the data and again, you cannot publish the same paper. So be careful when you withdraw, you say that I am categorically withdrawing, even if you do not respond. So that when you already publish it, they cannot afford to publish it. If they publish it, the fault is theirs. But without communicating, don't opt out. These are all the databases I think Professor Jayant has already highlighted. So ISI is the cream of the database. Scopus is next. So these journals, if they are not indexed in these databases, it is useless. And people are cheated these days with funny databases like global indexing services, journal indexing. It will be having similar names like ISI, international services, something with that, ISI. Now to choose a parent subject journal or a broad-based journal. I have conducted a study on the cardiac anomalies and I want to submit to a specific cardiology journal. The student will ask me, Prof, my supervisor said, please send it to a cardiology specific journal. I said, ask him, why not? It is a broad-based journal. Broad-based journal, Singapore Medical Journal, which has got sections, medicine, surgery, like that. So they will have section editors. So the tiger or the tigress in the field is waiting. That is the editor. You do something on the stem cell research, say in orthopedics, and you send to an orthopedics journal. Still then, it is mainly the clinical component of the editor. But if you send it to a stem cell therapy based journal, you know, in stem cell therapy, all people in the West, they are the top ones. A small mistake or something, no room for error, they will throw it. So people say, no, if I don't publish in a cardiology journal for a cardiology subject, I won't be cited. Now, don't count the chickens before they hatch out. First you publish. I have a publication in PLOS ONE, which is 3.7, considered to be the cream of the medicine journals. And I have only 7 citations. I have a paper in Sao Paulo based medical journal from Brazil, and I have 126 citations as of last week for one paper. So this is just to say that if you have a good title, if you have a good abstract and keywords which are always visible to the reader, you will get citation. Don't worry. It has to be ISI index. That's it. Now, don't worry that if I have something like in Lancet and JAMA, yes, you go for it, but you may not have citations. So tiger and the tigresses, remember that. So to choose a local or international journal, there are many Indian journals which are indexed and they have got high impact factor. Why not try them? So always you do not have to go to the West. So choice is yours. Rejection within 1 day. And you can see the letter which the editor sent. EMBO is a journal from Germany, and it has got impact factor close to 10. When you get rejection within 1 day, you become very much demoralized. So this is the reason I tell all of you, when you submit a journal to a high impact factor journal, there is no harm in getting the communication started between yourself and the editor. Just approach him with a very nice cover letter that you intend to submit a paper titled so and so, and write 2 or 3 sentences what is the clinical implication of the study. Many people, when they submit the paper also, in the cover letter, they write, please find here with attached like this. No. These are all the words you use in government service when you send the documents, not to the editor. So this is an example where you can get rejection within 1 day. I had a junior who did a very good work on the kidney disease, and he submitted the paper at 3 o'clock, went home, and he said, afternoon, evening, I will have a good tea, and I have submitted, today work is done. 3 o'clock, he submitted online. He reached his home at 4 o'clock, 4:30, he was having a tea, and he saw in his handphone, the paper has been rejected. So that is the quickest rejection I know, 1.5 hours. All these things are in the first page of the article. Now you are trying to write the manuscript. So essentially, many postgraduate students will submit on behalf of the supervisor. You have to remember that the corresponding author is the senior author, and he only can or she only can correspond, not the postgraduate student. Of course, you can have the password and you can operate. Title is very important. You know, newspapers, when you see on the stands, it sells by the title. If there's a catchy title, people, they love to buy the copy of the newspaper. So your title should be very catchy, spicy, juicy, for manuscript, not for project. Some people misunderstood my advice and they had spicy titles for projects. And then the supervisor and the whole administration in the college, they were very angry. So I will give you some examples where your project will have simple titles, but manuscript will have spicy titles. So don't try to be a hero like Arnold with new titles. How do you like this? The Battle of World Views, a case study of liver fluke infection. This is Konkon Place is in Thailand. These are all high impact factor journals. So this is a catchy or juicy title. Sometimes you just have to walk alone. Meanings of emotional support amongst and migrant Danish, the migrant cancer patients. So it was somewhere in Denmark. So this is also a high impact factor journal, a clinical journal, where the title is very catchy. Subduing the green-eyed monster, and blah, 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 what is there. So I publish less of anatomy, more of molecular biology and clinical. So this is one of my paper in a high impact factor 3.2 current drug targets. And it is with the psychiatry department, and psychiatry professor Hatta, what you see, he was my professor in Malaysia. And I used to tell Prof, I'm not satisfied with the title. Please, 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 some good title. So he came out with this title. And this was published, you can see in the PubMed. So last week I was in RML hospital delivering the talk, and then I asked the audience. So today also I will ask you, let me see who in the audience can say, what does this word green-eyed monster mean? Yes. Fantastic answer. What is your name and where you are from? Which
So I'm a PG of
Anatomy.
this. Yeah, this college.
What is your name?
Shani.
Very good. I have a small, not a hi-fi gift, but a small key ring from one of the richest country, that is Brunei, but not, this is not hi-fi. Please come and collect your gift, the prize. Green-eyed monster, if you have read Shakespeare, it means jealousy. Good.
Thank you.
Well done. So these are things which should grow up in your mind. So if you have read Shakespeare, you will find this green-eyed monster like that. This is another one. Can you bring down the, yes, excuse me. Bring down this frame below. In the last part of the title, a pair of perfect gloves. This is again in current drug targets. What does this mean? Pair of perfect gloves. Very funny, huh? In a psychiatry topic. Another prize is there. No, this one is not there, I think. But anyway, let me see if I have another one. Yes, I have another kidding. Anybody? A pair of perfect gloves. Surgeons, anatomists. Think. This is how we force the students to do the critical appraisal during journal clubs and all. Yes, anybody? Oh. There's no time. I move on. You cannot wear one glove, isn't it? Whenever you wear it, you wear on both heads. So these type of cases, you cannot only go with the study with the males or females. Both components have to be studied. That is the story. So if this is the actual, now you see the title, Carcinoma of Breast in the Adolescent Girls, a Rural Perspective. This is an altered title for the long title, Prevalence of Carcinoma of Breast in the Adolescent Girls of Humba Valley of South Africa. That's a fictitious name. So I make it more simple. So when you make the title, make it simple, not like 3 or 4 lines like that. Huge things are embedded in the title. Make it simple. Running title, you know, when your manuscript will be published, it will come on the top right-hand side with your name, and the running title will be there. So you can use abbreviations in the running title. So this is, in a nutshell, when you are writing a manuscript, what you do is, whether the journal is asking or not, if you are writing a thesis also, whether the journal is, whether the university wants or not, please write a structured abstract. And structured means background, M&M, results, conclusion, and under each section, make 2 or 3 sentences appear. So that means you are not leaving any component. If the university or even the journal doesn't want this, they will take out, then you will take out the subheadings and join with a backspace. So whosoever reads the abstract will find every component there. People write the abstract with the first sentence glaringly showing that we aim to study so-and-so. Why did you aim? He said about the research question. So it should be evident in the abstract. Write a sentence on the backdrop that CA cervix is more common in such and such age group. Then you write, we aim to, like that. So structured abstract is a must for all. If it doesn't require, you can remove the subheadings. So these are all the things you have to remember when you write an abstract. Don't write any citation in the abstract. You cannot cite. Some people write 46.2%, 46.2% of people or individuals died of road traffic accidents during the last 1 year. Who said 46.2? The ministry said, or some organization they said, and you cannot omit them by saying the exact numerical percentage without a citation. So right there, the deaths have increased 2-folds or 3-folds. Specific things you write, you need a citation, and you know that you cannot cite in the abstract. This is a paper from SCB. Usually, wherever I deliver the talk, I will pick up few papers from the local institution, and you can see here, this is an example of unstructured abstract. It is not structured because the journal wants, so the writers wrote it. Also unstructured. So I congratulate all the authors from this institution who have published this paper. Now, this is an example of structured abstract. As I've told you, structure means subheadings will be there. There are journals who will ask for more subheadings, and you follow the same style. So that is an example of structured abstract. So you know now unstructured, structured. Also an example of structured abstract. And I believe this is also a paper from SCB. So how nicely they have written. Because this journal wants that it should start with the objective, so they have started with the objective. So like this. So tricks. Now in this slide, what I mean to say, I will tell you that please write the materials and the methods first, whether it is a manuscript or it is a thesis. Some people, the student, they will tell that they are taking more time to write. I will tell them, I will give you 2 days to write the materials and methods. If you cannot write within 2 days, that means you do not know what you are able to do and what you have done. You are completely clueless. Just write the materials and methods first. So students who are writing the thesis, you start your review of literature, that is bibliography, and also the materials and methods, because you know what you are aiming to do. Then you will go into the discussion when you have the results ready. Don't start the discussion unless you have the results ready. In the results, if you have, say, 4 parameters, blood, sputum, urine, all this taken from the patients, critique it in the same sequence in the discussion. Usually what people will do, they will pick from here and there and they will discuss in the discussion. So the flow has to be corresponding to these 2 sections. Introduction you can write later, because introduction is very less, and there are tricks of writing introduction, I will tell you. So when you finish everything, even for a thesis, before submission you write the abstract. If you write the abstract first and you go on writing everything, you will see at the end of the day, you will say, no, I'm not happy with the abstract. So before submission, that's very important, is a good cover letter. Of course, for thesis, you don't require it, but for manuscript submission, you require a good cover letter. So in the introduction, it is not easy to get all the things. All this I have told you, citations and all. Do not leave out the numerical data. Sometimes in the abstract also, the numerical data is absent. So sometimes the reader wants to read it, but it is in such what you call confusing manner the paper has been written, so the reader or the reviewer gets irritated and throws the paper. So some people write just to meet the requirement of a project or thesis. Some people write with passion. To give you some examples of high impact factor publications which I could succeed, and these are all reviews. As Professor Jayant has already said, you don't require money to do few research studies like taking the data from the earlier bank, or what I train my students is writing a review paper. Narrative is one, another is meta-analysis or systematic reviews. And also now we have gone to the latest stage, that is scope review. So if you put in the PubMed my name, you will see that we have already published a scope review. This is the latest one. So reviews are very easy to write. First 6 months of a PhD course in UK essentially is to write a review paper, because the supervisor wants to know whether you can serve the literature or not. In many of the institutions, the supervisor do not know what is a database of PubMed and how to serve the literature. So this is becoming very difficult when the student approaches the supervisor and says, Prof, I did not get any related articles on this region, on this area. I said, come, sit down. And when I give the keywords, I said, it is there already. How did you search? So we should be in a position to help the students. So first one that was published from Malaysia, it was an different institutions, they chipped in. 6.7 was the journal's impact factor. And as Professor Jayant has said, anything about 3 also can create tremors. And I write a lot of letters. I have got 79 letters to the editors, and majority of the letters are in clinical journals. Because I'm a crazy man. I will read the article and find out, oh, no, this is not, then I will write. Once I wrote, and suddenly, when you write a letter, that improves your critical thinking. And when you write the letter, the editor either may say, okay, we note your points, is okay. But sometimes he will send it to the authors. Can you respond to this query? And authors will respond. Both will be published. And I have even citations for my letter. And once I did not know, I sent the letter for, there was a ganglion cyst case report. And when I sent it, the editor forwarded the response of the author saying that the author is actually a physiotherapist in the German team who had accompanied the team to the Olympics in China. And he said he will come back and then he will respond to the comments. I said, my goodness, whom did I write to? So this happens. You interact, and science has to develop both sides. The second one, if you see here, this is the latest paper which got published. Current neuropharmacology is 7.4. And they do not accept any papers from any author, first author or corresponding author, whose H index is less than 7. Again, it becomes a problem. So how can you crack high impact factor journals when your citation index is less? I may have 1 million papers, but my citations may be only 1,000 or maybe less than 5. So outside India, let me share with you, H index of 15 is a must for a professor post in Korea. H index of 7 was a must in Malaysia. H index of 7 is a must for associate professor in Oman. So different universities have this. If you have it, you apply. If you do not have it, work on it. Don't approach for promotion. So in the introduction section, you write all the things. You write the backdrop and why you intend to do the study. Essentially, the last paragraph of the introduction should summarize what is known in the existing literature, what is not known, and why did you embark on the study to do what. So what the students will do in the thesis, they will find out from the last 5-10 years what has been done. They take out the thesis, just manipulate a bit and submit it. So these articles never get accepted in any journal. There's a problem. The last line of this slide, you can see here, introduction should be 1/4 and discussion should be 3/4 of your paper. But if you write a thesis, introduction can go up to 50% of the content because you will have review of literature. When you write a paper, you cannot vomit everything in the introduction. Somebody wrote a sentence and cited 4 references for that sentence in the introduction. So what new you are telling? Are you reading out the news? So that is very important. And don't write everything in the introduction. You keep it for the discussion where there will be critical appraisal. Somebody wrote the introduction. For example, I want to share with you, if it is a 4-page introduction with double spacing Times New Roman 12 font, 4 pages will account to 1 PDF printed page. So you have 12 pages in introduction. It will be printed 3 pages. Somebody wrote 20 pages in the introduction. And I see this more in the nursing papers. 20 pages in the introduction, and discussion has 10 pages. So I gave the example, you went to watch a movie, by 1 hour, everybody is dying in the movie. The heroine died, the hero died, the villain died. Now you're thinking, what for I'm in the theater after 1 hour? So that is not good editing. You see a movie like Salt. Every time you think that the movie is going to end, I go out and suddenly the climax changes. So the climax has to be unveiled in the discussion, not introduction. Keep the suspense there. 1/4, 3/4, that one you remember. So these are all in a nutshell. In introduction, the loopholes are the one which are not known in existing literature. How will you cover it up is your research question, and that actually satisfies the essence of the paper, why you did the study. So all these are very important, that you should be very precise. Don't keep much citations. If it is a review paper for one fact, you can have 10 references. But if it is an original study, just cite 3 to 4. Don't bring many references there. Because by doing this, you are borrowing the ideas and throwing it to the reader or the editor that such and such things are there. For a review, it is acceptable. And somebody will cite 50 citations. One fellow cited a reference in the introduction, which is dating back to 1845. Now, where this 1845 reference, it was there in the book in Iraq, and it got bombarded and everything gone burnt. Now, how will I dig this 1845 reference? So see to it, now they are all linked to the PubMed centrally. So once you put the reference, it will show the link. The moment the link is not there, then gone. Somebody wrote a reference from Chaurasia. So if Chaurasia is a book which is not online, then it cannot be accessed. So please see to it that your references are tracked online. Significant sentences, and what is the question? As Professor Jayant has said, research question. Many people have a research question different and their outcome is different in the paper. So the paper falls flat. The last paragraph of the introduction is very important. It should summarize everything, what has been done, what is not done, what was your research question, and how you are addressing it. Methods. Whether the university wants or not, whether the journal wants or not, please keep in mind that you should have as many subheadings as possible. Nobody will say that you have so many subheadings and I don't accept it. No, it looks nice. So the first subheading is, for example, instruments. Second one, subheading, the interventional methods. Like this, when you go on, when I see the last subheading, statistical analysis or data analysis, I know that the method section is going to end. Some people will club everything in a paragraph under materials and methods, and they will write. So don't do that. Split it into subheadings. So all these are very important. Some people write in the materials and methods, we are going to study, we are going to draw the blood from the infraorbital vein. No, you are not going to draw the blood. The blood has been already drawn out and you are now discussing the results. So past tense is a must in methods. So there are many people who will argue, please don't say like past tense, it can be in present tense also. Cigarette smoking is injurious to health, this type of sentences. Now the most important thing is, if you start a paragraph with a past tense, all the sentences in the paragraph has to be past. If you start with the present, it has to be present. You cannot have both types of tenses in one paragraph. That is wrong English. And when the students write, they write long sentences. So one sentence will go for 3.5 lines. That is invariably grammatically incorrect. Try to split the sentence into very shorter versions, not more than 2 facts in one sentence. Some people write such and such increased in such and such group because of such and such happening due to such and such. So 4 facts, that is incorrect. This is the same thing in life. Like I see many people, they talk so much and I get so much bored. I come to the point and ask, can you please tell me to the point precisely what you are saying? So this is same thing like when you write a sentence, we start with therefore or however, but many people bring it in the middle of the sentence. So that goes haywire. You start the sentence with the most affirmative thing, and the lesser important things will follow in the end part of the sentence. And this was one of the, I give all these examples, when I teach also, the students also they get interest. Somebody came to your house. You are not there in your house. The person rang the doorbell and your servant opened the door. You are not there. And the person asked, who is staying in this house? And your servant says, I stay, gardener stays, driver stays, but the owner of the house is the person that is you, and your name comes at the last. Can that be acceptable? No. So please start with the most important ones and the one which you want to convey more in the first part of the sentence. And now comes the important thing. Active voice and passive voice. The patients were subjected to, say for example, CT scan analysis is one. Another is CT scan analysis was done in the patients. So English language will use more of passive, but medical will use more of active. So if we use passive, the editors and the reviewers, they don't like. And we as editors, we have software on the system. When you submit your paper, I will put the paper on the online system. It can show how much active, how much passive. It can show line by line which one is problematic. So if you have more of passive voice, definitely they get irritated. That is the reason one comment you will get it, your English is not proper. It should be checked by a native English speaker. All this you see the files for the figures. Students who are writing the thesis, they will take the figures and put it in the Word file. It becomes hazy when you draw it, when you enlarge it. Please use JPEG, TIFF, all the journals they want, 300 DPI resolution. So now that is what we are training the students. We are not according to the traditional thing. Now the students they will become teachers. If your slides have hazy photographs, the students will actually, they will not get the interest. So how you scan the slides, make it, see both research, that's what I have done. Research and teaching can be compatible. You learn. But if I say I don't learn, I want to only teach and all like that. What I did, I scanned these photographs and I learned how to do the resolution. When I try to do the resolution, JPEG or TIFF files I sent, suddenly another problem started few months back. I write a lot of articles on drug delivery. So all the formulas, chemical structures and all, we used to draw or used to cut and paste. Suddenly the journal asked, can you send these figures in CDX file? CDX, that is another programming in the computer only for chemistry. So this is how you learn. Because I do a lot of the research on the natural products, and say for example, tamoxifen, that drug, its structure, does it resemble any of the active compound in any of the plant material? So then I will relate it. So this is how you learn to do the high resolution. Magnification. The student has submitted the thesis. There is no magnification scale. How much times? That is for photomicrographs is a must. What is the magnification? What is the scale? So they have not put it. That is not correct. Tests were validated. As in the morning, Dr. Brajo said, power of the study. Many of the papers or many of the theses we ask how the sample size was calculated, and they said they don't know. Just because 1,000 is feasible amount, the number of patients is feasible, they think 1,000, so they conducted the study on 1,000. No, you cannot do that. You have to have the sample size calculated. You cannot embark on a study like that. Tests were validated. You are using a questionnaire. Now this is another aspect. Somebody used a questionnaire without taking a permission from those authors. After the paper was published, yes, you know that. After 6 years, the journal asked these authors, please pay. 200 patients you have used this questionnaire. One questionnaire for one patient is 10 USD. Pay now the money, or we take you to the legal system. So please make sure the questionnaire has to be publicly available, or you take the permission from the authors who have published or the journal. If it is a Creative Commons, go to the site and see where many of the journalists share the system. You can pick it. And all the Western authors are very nice. You ask them for permission, they will say, yes, go ahead. They only see whether you are using it for commercial purpose or not. If it is for a journal article, they will agree. But if you are writing a book and all where you can get money and all, then there's a problem. So question is number one, how you validated the questionnaire. And one person, they sent the paper, it was with the revision, at the revision stage. Suddenly they're looking for some person, okay, can we put your name that you are the two people who validated the questionnaire? So like that, it cannot be done. This is an example, it is not coming clear here, but a molecular level diagram which we draw. Amro Suleiman was my student in Malaysia, now he is in Alberta, University of Alberta, Canada, and he keeps on asking me, Prof, can we write something, okay. IGMS is a Q1 journal from Switzerland, and you can see this diagram has been drawn using the software BioRender, BIORENDER, which gives you 15 days free subscription. Beyond that, you have to buy it. If you use the free version, the watermark will come at the backdrop. That is a very bad thing, you cannot use it. But if you pay 1 month subscription, download as much as you can. So for example, I put dialysis, kidney, molecular changes. It will suggest a series of diagrams. Take it out, put in PowerPoint, add few things. It will be just like a book. This is what we are using now in teaching anatomy. You want to teach anatomy, bring from BioRender, put it there. So when we talk to our dean, they said, yes, go ahead. Physiology department was the first department who got the BioRender. So technology has to be implemented like that. Results you lay down properly, discuss it, as I say, the sequence, what you had that in the methods. The same thing in the results and discussion, it should go in the proper uniform manner. Sometimes you can see this point. Table 1 summarizes our findings in group C. That means the poor reviewer has to look into table 1 and this one, that one. So he will look into. Best way of writing is such and such was increased within bracket table 1. That's it. Make life simpler for everybody. They will appreciate. The more you make it complicated, gone. Draft it at once and give it to others. I would love to, I have given also to my juniors. I cannot say I'm a professor and I will give it only to a higher person. Please read it within 2 days and give it back to me, what you think. So he or she will make the corrections like that. Now there are many professors who are known only for corrections. Let it be, they are correcting. They do not write, they only correct. The comma, full stop, semicolon, okay. We call it professors of commas, professors of full stops, like that. So anyway, you give it to others and get it back. The last one is do not try to manipulate the data. Now we believe outside India that even master's level, if it is not significant, don't worry. Go ahead. I do not know what system you follow here, but if it's a PhD level, then significant is important. And I had undergraduate students. We have compulsory undergraduate students research. I had in Malaysia also, now in Oman also. They have to do it. And if they fail means they have to repeat the semester. So this is a must in 4th year. So these students, one of the students said, Prof, I did not get p-value significant. I said, then leave it. We'll see. Just put it. Prof, if you permit, I can make it significant, he says. So they can make it everything significant. So don't rely on the students. This happened for a multi-center study, which was done with its base in Canada, and many countries were involved. In one of the countries, when the supervisor who got this study, he assigned the students to go and take the data from the villages, community medicine. So the students went to each of the houses, and few houses were locked. So suddenly the students, they thought, just we manipulate the data. They went, they stood under the tree of one place there, and they manipulated the data and gave it back to the supervisor. The supervisor gave it back, and the results, when it was checked by the Canadian authorities, they said, this is not acceptable. So all these cheating methods may not work. So you write the results meticulously, each parameter and all like that. And as I said, the last one you see, figure 1 shows the increase of interleukin so and so, and within bracket you can write. Now, if the journal writes figure 1 shows such and such, you read the sample article, and when you frame your own article, you write like that. But if they write such and such was increased within bracket figure 1, you follow the style, you mimic. So these are all the things which you should take note, that you should not wonder about telling many things. Some people say, oh, we did not get few of the results which we are looking for. How you write is very important. Everybody has done in the past, you are doing with a different set of results. That is science. Say, somebody said that our results are supported by Rogers et al. 1985. Now, how can Rogers support your study when they finished the study and published in 1985? You are doing in 2022. So that is an incorrect and irritating way of writing. Our results are similar to, congruent to, in agreement with, like this you can write. And if you write everything similar to past studies, it is old wine in new bottle, nothing new. Find out something which is actually different. Even the methods are same like earlier studies. That means they did on patients who were aged more than 40 years. It's the same type of study you are doing, but your age group starts from 30 years. That is a catch point. If it is same, everything is same, they won't publish it, because high impact factor journals, they worry about the readership. They worry about the citations. So sometimes when you write a title also, if you write such and such outbreak in SCB Medical College and all like that, immediately it will be accepted because it is specific to this place, a virus or bacteria. But if you write study of the nature of such and such or behavior or quality of life in SCB Medical College, why they will accept SCB Medical College as quality of life study here when they have Western readers throughout the globe? So title concept also matters with respect to the local and the international concept. So you have to play the game accordingly. The paper was submitted and suddenly the student says to the supervisor, Prof, I forgot to label the X and the Y axis. Now that is a very silly mistake. Silly mistake should be 0 when you go for high impact factor journals. So discussion. 1/4 gone in the introduction, 3/4 now in the discussion. Take out each parameter as it has appeared in the results and discuss it. Should be able to highlight the novelty of the study. This is very important, novelty of the study. We are the first in this country. We are the something like big things claiming. Sometimes people do not like these broad claims. Write in a very humble manner, to the best of our knowledge, such and such may not have been seen earlier, and our results may be first of its kind. To the best of my knowledge is not up to the mark. So even if I am proven wrong, acceptable. 2007, there was a parotid tumor article in Archives of Medical Science from Poland, and one of the lady, she claimed that she is reporting this case for the first time. That time, we do not have much of this standardity or like that. So somehow I was digging the literature and I found that that type of case is actually already reported, but she is claiming that she is first to report. So I wrote to the editor that based on only this lie, I cannot accept it. And if you publish this, you will be in trouble because she is claiming she is the first to report this case. So these type of things, if caught, is sheer shot rejection in high impact factor journals. Just tell it may be similar, but this case has something different, the presentation. Conclusion, very important. At the end part of the discussion, when you write the conclusion is not conclusion of your results. This is the mistake many people do. Conclusion is based, the results are derived, and what will be the clinical implication. So, for example, Jayant is now in medicine to share with you all statin. When I was first thought to have statin as my treatment from my cardiologist, he told me, should I prescribe you? No, it's okay. He was thinking 2-3 times. I said, no. The same cardiologist, after a few years, 2 years, he said, I think you should start the statin. And he says, my opinion is based on systematic reviews. So these systematic reviews are the basis of clinical, what you call the treatment. You will see many of the clinical treatment, they will take the systematic reviews. So your conclusion should be very much impactful with clinical implications, not summarize what you have in the results. So all these things are very important. I have left the soft copy, you can take it. I have published a book also, it is available online. So all these things are actually almost like a copyrighted one, but it's okay if you don't misuse it otherwise. So all these things are important in the discussion. Strength and weakness, you don't have to define the strength. When you write that this study looked into such and such, which has not been explored in the earlier times, but weaknesses will be in the form of limitations. Don't give any subheadings at the just before the conclusion, a paragraph with only 2 or 3 lines on the limitations. And there was a person who gave the limitation in the form of bullets, 1 to like 10 points of limitations. His paper was rejected based on 5 points taken from the 10. So don't try to be too honest and foolish, rather act smart and give only 2 to 3 limitations. And whatever you write, always you will be commented, your English is poor, your sample size is less. So that is a patented comment, so don't worry. So review articles, this is what I want to impress. We have trained undergraduate students who come to us, we sit down, I make the template and they write the reviews. We have a deadline and we write the reviews. Many of my articles, if you see, I have written reviews more than 60, I think, of which 40 plus is in high impact factor. And I continuously get invitations. Please, please, please submit special issues. So any of you in the crowd who are interested, you can always tie up with me, but I don't force anybody and I work according to deadlines. That's very clear. And there are people who even going for internship have got impact factor 3.22. So they are euphoric. They're simply euphoric. They say, Prof, I want to write more. Burning topics. And burning topics, say for example, during the COVID. So whatever is happening, like on the PPE kit also I have written, on the this fungus, mucormycosis, and also with the COVID, you will find all of my articles even in Indian Journal of Surgery. These are in the form of correspondence. So at the very beginning, those who are writing, you can use the software Style Writer or the White Smoke, which you can buy online. You can use it trial for 14 days. And I would suggest that the institution or the department buys this. There are lots of others like Grammarly and something like Spice, something Ginger. So I find White Smoke quite better because I have used it. And Style Writer has got different versions. You can buy for 3 persons if you share it. And please keep in mind that students will get good concessions. When you give it with evidence that you are a student, you will get a massive discount. You need to open the Word file of your write-up, either thesis or manuscript, connect it to the Style Writer database, which you will get the password. Immediately it will show what are the errors. Either accept it or ignore it. Just ignore it. And now the students and other people who are not even interested to write or say they are not getting time to write also, I think the S4 version of the iPhone already invented it, but still then if you want, you can buy from the market. They call it Dragon Speak. Dragon Speak, put in the earphones on, the microphone on, and you go on speaking and it will type on it itself. I think all the handphones also have it. So it was around 6-7 years back. I bought a Dragon Speak And I was conducting a seminar and then I told everybody, please see, it will write for itself. Oh, is it like that, Prof? It's so nice. We can sleep on our bed and we can dictate and it will write like that. So when I started uttering the voice, the pronunciation, lots of errors were there. You know why? Because we as Asians, we do not pronounce as Americans, right? We say Americans. Oh, then it will go. Here's the spelling will come. The moment you say Americans, then it will Americans, it will come. But it is user friendly. The more you use, it will catch your voice. So Dragon Speak you can have, and you can write your paper just by speaking. All these facts already told to you. These are all the unnecessary errors I told you, already discussed. So you see, in the first part up there, such a long sentence. Who will read it? It is grammatically incorrect. And the later part, you see how concise it has become. This is how you can modify your long sentences. So these are all the common errors which you commit when you write a paper. Just try to minimize these errors. And the most important thing is when you write, the flow should be there. Senior supervisors and reviewers, they do not like when you go haywire, speaking something against speaking something like that. All these are the reasons for rejection. And I said, whatever you write, poor samples, poor English and small sample size, these are common errors which will be pointed out. Inappropriate journal. I did a work on human and I studied, I sent it to a journal which is only animal studies they're accepting. So that is my error. So the supervisor does not look into it. The student picks up the journal and the paper is sent. Please make sure you read the instructions to authors and comply with that. If it is only human studies, you have to send only human studies. Both animal and human, you can send like that. So scope of the journal is very important. So these are all the steps to improve and we learn from our mistakes. And you should take it with a pinch of salt. It is not like that immediately you will come and hit a 6 on the cricket field. So you will get more of rejections. When I was in AIMS, one of my professors said, rejection is a blessing in disguise. And exactly. So today when you comment like I have got 550 publications, including all types of articles. So people project it, but nobody asked me how many rejections you have faced. Just imagine how many rejections I would have faced. 3 or 4 times of that. So not all articles you send and you get acceptance, isn't it? So that is what rejection will build you up. When I see an undergraduate student appearing in the theory exam and unable to answer with question like that, I will tell, please go back and read. Maybe in the next phase of the examination in the OSP, you will get it, something like that. So I will give you an example. During my post-graduation here, when I appeared my post-graduation from SME under Utkal University, there was a question in the 4th paper, that is Advances in Anatomy. I believe none of the anatomists or anybody would have faced this question. Sperry's classification in the brain. And this is given only in the Gray's Anatomy. And I had a teacher, Professor Ashok Bose. He would take my Gray 2 months before the exam to read it. So I was getting palpitation that he might be asking. So he used to read Gray. Sperry's classification, that is given only in Gray's Anatomy. So it was a question for 15 marks, which I left blank in the theory paper. 0 out of 15. So when I met Professor Kanchan Bose, she was the HOD, Bose sir was external. I still remember, madam said, whatever mistake you have committed, it's okay. Just go and read. So that if the same thing is asked by the examiner, like next time, you are able to answer. How many of you do that? How many of your students do that? So that is in life also, when we commit a mistake, we have to go into the depth and find out what is a mistake and rectify it. If you send a paper to class 1, your rejection will come with 3 pages or more than that comments. Incorporate those comments. I assure you, it will go to another Q1 journal. You can send. This is how you learn in life. Some people say, no, prof, I am so much depressed. I sent so much hard work. They rejected it. I don't want to send. It's okay. Then you live in depression. Who bothers? So I come towards the last stages of my talk. This is uniformly known. Everybody knows, publish or perish. Publish or perish. But today I change the proverb. And tomorrow you will say this crazy professor came and was telling something. I say, even if you publish, you perish. Even if you publish, you perish. Who is this crazy fellow who is telling even if you publish, you perish? This is because a fellow claimed he has more than 100 publications. And all these are in Facebook, blog. You got the point? So when he goes for interview or he applies somewhere, how you can cite those things? They simply throw it. Global index, higher scientific index. She has already said that you need. He has already told about all this, the impact of the publication, indexation. That's very important. I publish every week, every day, but those are not in any of the important databases. So it is waste of time. And at the end of the day, you get nothing. A fellow went for a professor post interview back in Malaysia. We had very severe criteria for the promotions. At every post, you have to appear for the interview. And associate professor and above, the deputy VC will be there. And at professor post, there will be vice chancellor with public service commission members. So they will ask, okay, we give you a professor. So you will be known the professor in what field? So they will look into the niche area. This is what we are talking about. Your niche area should be clearly defined. You are in the endocrine or you are in cardiology, whatever aspect. So there they will dig out the publication. All of you who are not aware, in India, there are 5 to 6 universities who have started, like West, where you can get a PhD degree based on only your research publication. One of the universities is in West Bengal, Malda University. One is SRM in Madras. There are few in the south also. So these universities, they have started giving DSc degree, even higher than PhD, DSc. And these are based on 10 best research papers on same topic compiled together as a thesis. Now, this is what we started also in Oman, where clinicians want PhD. They don't have time. So, okay, you produce 10 papers on one topic, and that should be within a stipulated time from their date of completion of masters. Not that I apply after 30 years. So it will go as a thesis. The committee will say yes, then they will say, okay, you write a synopsis. And based on that, the PhD is given. You see how life is changing. As Professor Datta has told that you should be able to take the challenge. So the challenge is actually innovation. A component for evaluating all the teachers outside is innovation. A component to evaluate the students also is innovation. If you do not innovate, you're gone. Many countries they were going under this COVID-19 like that. And within 1 month of starting, many countries, they had already the online examinations. And I cannot speak much on this, but I can, later on you can ask me, I will tell you what different models we have developed for online examinations. Very nice models. And everybody is happy. Of course, you will have some problems sometimes with the IT thing. So that is very important that you publish in respected, highly respected indexing databases, not blogs and other things. So this is just to share with you when I started my journey in anatomy, and I was about to apply for an ad hoc assistant professor post in one of the renowned top universities of India. I won't say the name also. And the head of the department before this selection asked me, how many papers you have? And I said, madam, I have only 3 index papers and conference proceedings. No, sorry, you are good in the department, you are liked by everybody, but with that we cannot give you the post. So from there, when I went back to my home, I cried. And I said, one day I will try to answer it. And today, whatever paper, the total number of papers which I have with God's blessings is even higher than the total number of papers from her lab. She has retired. And her students who are professors now, they ask help from me. So the journey has gone over the period like this. So my professor in Maulana Azad used to tell me, Professor Suri, अर्जुन ने जब तीर चलाया था सिर्फ उसको वो मछली का आंख दिखा, आपको भी वही आंख दिखना चाहिए, दूसरा कुछ आपको दिखा तो वो डिस्टर्बेंस हो गया. So you should know what is your target, that's for sure. So this was the highest recognition which I got, international best scientists given by the Phytochemical Society of Europe in Lille, France. 3,000 euros I got as reward, in addition to to and fro air charges and 5-star hotel accommodation. So that was a big thing for me. And this was a work on bitter gourd and its effect on the skin in diabetic animals. And the lower one, which you see here photo, that photo, my university in Malaysia, they felicited me. And it was again a higher one. I received FRCS 2 years back. I do not know how many of the anatomists have received FRCS without examination. So I'm really thankful to my anatomy teachers who taught me, and I could contribute to the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh, where I am a trainer for a faculty of surgical trainers, we call it, where we train the surgeons with our expertise. So anatomy is a component. This is how you think of anatomy globally. Anatomy is not like teaching anatomy for undergraduate and going home. This is a component in MRCS part 1, where anatomy basic science is there. And all these questions which are asked in the exam, I'm an examiner also, are like this ringing of the scapula, Bell's palsy, all this. This is anatomy. You need it for clinical thing. That's it, clear cut. So the journey went on like that. So I finished my contract last year in Malaysia, where I spent maximum days, 14 years, 2 months, and I migrated to Sultan Qaboos University in Oman. You are most welcome there. It's a beautiful university, and also in the department we have all the facilities there, but we are gradually shifting to all the electronic method of learning, teaching and learning. And we have got very serious feedback from the students. I cannot say I have 25 years of experience and I'm the best teacher. If the students, they write, your slides are crowded, too much crowded, your voice is not audible. So all this will matter later on. And in Malaysia also, it was very stringent things which the students, they write without writing their names. This is how you improve your teaching. And we used to say that in Malaysia when I was working, out of 5, if the lecturer gets anything about 4.5, it is known as excellent. A special letter will come from the dean that you have taught well. And anybody who gets less than 3.5 will get a love letter. We call it love letter, no? From ancient days. Please improve. Huh? So they like that. Somebody will get very much angry. I'm teaching for the last 30 years and you're giving me love letter. No, it is based on the students' comment. And the students are so lovely students, I tell you. Anatomy teachers, if they teach with passion, nowadays, that was not happening earlier. People used to bow down, they used to do the pranam and all, but nowadays they write in the comment box, this professor or this lecturer's salary should be increased. It will moisten your eyes, what Professor Samuel has said. That is the gratefulness of a student. Increase the salary of the lecturer. So not all students are disobedient, they are also obedient. So these are all the journals with which I am associated. The clinical journal is Surgical and Radiologic Anatomy from France, Springer. ACB is there from Korea. Few Indian journals are there. And also you can see the Bentham journals, which are coming from UAE and UK, also high impact factor. And I run many special issues as guest editor. And very soon I will start another special issue, but these are essentially on drug delivery and drug design. So this is all molecular base. At which step what is happening and which drug you can put in. So anatomy comes in what? Say for example, if you look into the PubMed, we talk of congenital heart anomalies. So now there is something known as cardiac development program, where you can take the steps before the mother delivers. So that is anatomy now. So when I went to receive I received best researcher and best lecturer award in Malaysia also. The vice chancellor said once, "Oh, you teach also," because they knew me as a researcher. And she just said, "You teach also?" I said, "Yes, I teach also." And what I did, this is an example I give you. We have a paper, you can see in the Google, it is situs inversus. So we published this paper and it was with forensic lecturers. Suddenly the Chinese man came, it was around 35-year-old, and he collapsed in the emergency department. Postmortem was done. Oh my goodness, everything turned to the opposite side. So photos were taken and the forensic lecturer, he said, "Can we publish?" "Yes, publish, pure anatomy." Right, okay, we wrote. It was a Japanese journal, only Scopus indexed. And then when it was published, I put these photographs in my lecture class where I am talking about the development of the GIT. And the students they are seeing it in the Langman. But when you show your published paper, they say, "Whoa, this is this thing, a different thing." You read in Chaurasia, it is written, everybody knows, Achilles tendon. Achilles tendon, Achilles tendon, Achilles tire is there. So while discussing, I told my students, "Why this name Achilles, you know?" They said, "No, we do not know." Because outside India, Chaurasia, sometimes they follow or they may not follow. But that paragraph on Achilles, why the name was derived, is not given in other books. So when I told, this is the story, and many of you know the story. If you do not know, I just recap it, that the mother had a dream when she was pregnant, that if she holds the son, the newborn son, in that holy water, the whole body will be immune to any disease, immunity, anything. So it seems the baby was held by the legs. The whole body was submerged in the holy river, except the legs which are out. And during the Trojan War, the arrows hit that area which was above the water level, and the Achilles died. So it is known as Achilles tendon. So I told one of my students, who was a very good student, I said, "Can you tell me one or two causes? Why should I believe on mythological stories? What may be the reason?" And he said, "Yes, Prof, I can try." He came out with that and we wrote a letter to the editor, like a correspondence, and we published it. Number one, he said, "Prof, there might be infection." Yes. "There might be thrombosis." Yes. So this is how you relate with normal clinical day-to-day activities. This is very important. Last one and last but one, two, that was the China Olympics. The China Olympics, if you see, the sprinters who were shown in slow motion, their stride is almost same like a cheetah. That is anatomy. So if I can design the way of running of the athlete as an anatomist, he need not go with the normal stride. So this is what we are doing now. So I have a PowerPoint presentation in my lower limb where the arches of the foot are taught with a video where one foot, how it goes down, and another foot comes up. All this dorsiflexion, plantar flexion, everything is shown, and the students find it interesting. Otherwise, if you simply come and just teach without anything, they won't find it interesting. And you know, this generation, they will ask you hundreds of questions. Why like this? Why like this? Why should I study? This is not important. Why you are asking? It will not come in the exam. So you have to satisfy them very nicely, just like our sons and their daughters. So that's all for today. I hope nobody slept in the class. So I tell my students, if somebody is sleeping in the class, the fault lies not with the student. The fault lies with me as a teacher, because I have made you, forced you to go into sleep. So I think whatever you think, you have any queries or anything? So really, I think I should acknowledge all my teachers here who are sitting, and we gained anatomy knowledge. What we did is we just put it into clinical practice. That's it. So it is not to criticize any system in any country. Rather, it is to learn. if I say what I have been doing over the years is correct and not, it cannot be changed, then that is wrong. So change it is the order of the day. That is what King Arthur had told. Change is inevitable. Yes, any questions you want to put up? Yes, please, sir. Professor Arun, I think I'm also incidentally very interesting. Last time when I delivered the talk in KIMS, some 5-6 years back, he was also there as one of the speakers. Yes, Prof, please.
Hello. Okay. At the outset, I think we should congratulate you, not myself only, on behalf of the institution. And being an anomaly of this institute, you have gone so far, and you have rightly told in your journey, which has started long ago. And now you have reached to a stage of a command in chief. And the presentation you have made something special. In fact, it will be most helpful for even I being included in that as a learner. Even after producing about 20 plus MCA students and being a supervisor guide and being also external for different university of the country and going and also evaluating the thesis. Still, I find I am also lacking with many of the recent gadgets and recent things which you have all gathered. So always I think the chronological age don't matter in learning.
Correct.
I think that is one of the message what I got from you rightly. And second point is the publications. You see, I do not know how many of the government organizations or government system has been controlling about these publications. And secondly, we know the economists also playing a role in the publications. So how do you account for these two questions, that how we address to this, that most of the publishers are mostly the privates or the whatever. That's why the National Medical Commission has this time also omitted or deleted few of the like Copernicus. So it is no more with the National Medical Council to be taken as publications in that. So time to time, these things are changing also in the National Medical Commission for the postgraduates and also for the publication of the faculties, not only for promotions, it is also required for appointments also in future.
Right.
So publication is no more, is an option or a optional after 2013 was Dr. Das was also telling, and it come implemented in 2016. Now for publications are required also for a appointment in any of the institute in the world. So let it be a broad specialty or for the super specialties or a clinician or a non-clinical or a paramedic medical departments, publication became a mandatory requirements.
Yes.
Well, so what is your say on this?
Professor Arun, just to share with you, 2 weeks back, I am sure you are aware of the international rankings, the Times ranking which has come up. Have you seen any medical university or institution in India in the top bracket? The top bracket has Indian Institute of Science and few of the IITs. It's very embarrassing to see not many medical institutions in the top 300. So why it happens that Indian Institute of Science will have it and medical institutions cannot have it? It's very important. Now the factor is very important. Many people will say we don't have money. We don't have money is a very genuine cause. But when you do not have money, there are other options. So like ICMR, DST, they are having lots of grants. I have operated with Professor Datta for Burla. You can write a grant and get a grant. There are many people who are getting it. Not writing a grant, a person sitting as a professor having written not a single grant in his life is not acceptable outside India. So a person has to write a grant. Now, if you don't have a grant, then what you do? You have different institutions doing a study. And somebody as a corresponding author who can finance the thing, they will go ahead. Sometimes we have seen even deans of few institutions, they said, okay, if you can crack a Q1 or Q2, we will give you money. This money will be taken out from a different source. Where there is a will, there is a way. It is not a policy, but if you do it, they will take it out. The last option, 15 years back, I had an abstract in a journal called Morphology, where it is to be in Spanish. I did the translation from Google, and they say not acceptable. So I have to get an expert in Spanish for that abstract. So I had one professor from Delhi and I asked him, can we go for the professional services? And outside they will charge according to the number of words. So for an abstract, they were charging 35 USD 15 years back, 35 USD. The professor said, "Chodo yaar, kya Srijit tum? Ye sab chodo na ye. Just leave it like that." And another professor from All India Institute, he said, "Srijit, do you go to watch a movie and all? How much do you spend on the ticket and how much on the popcorn and other refreshment with your family? Did you ever calculate or did you ever have a thought? But today, why you are worrying about this abstract?" Then I got the point. And after that, I'm a crazy person who will take out the money, but I don't say I will take out 75,000, 80,000. But if it needs, you can take it out. So option number 1 is you. Option number 2, other authors from other institutions. Option number 3, ask the dean. Option number 4, when you do not have anything, but you need a high impact factor, review, don't have to publish. Option number 5, people don't have time to read, they say, I am a reviewer, I review for say 5 articles, I get a discount voucher and I get it for free. It is valid for 3 months. I get a paper, if it is accepted, they will take it free. This is what I do. Your planning is very important. In life, hurdles will be there at every step. And there are many people who will cry, "Oh, I am having this problem, I am having this problem." A lady lecturer complained to the dean at our place in Malaysia last time that why you are asking me to write papers when you do not give good PCs with the latest all the configuration. How do you expect me to write? Then, because I was very close to the dean, I said, please find out from that lady earlier last 10-15 years what she has done. Sometimes she might have got the new computer. So making excuses is very easy, but we have to find the ways. And that is what I do. We can find the ways. Now coming back to this, what is needed and all. Indexing, Index Copernicus is, say, clearly I tell you, Prof, it is a commercial game. All this high impact factor, quartile 1, quartile 2. So when it is a commercial one, it is more of ISI and Scopus playing the role. All other databases are absolutely out. So if you want to run with them, like playing in the IPL, you play with that same rules and regulations. If you don't want, you don't participate, that's it. There are institutions who said, we don't want to enter into this. But now the thing is, if you get one paper published, your institution will pump in money for yourself. And I had one slide where I showed that if you have a grant, you produce 2 papers from that grant, next grant is easy for you. It's very easy for you because it is today's economics is like this. I invest money in a person who gives me output. Why should I waste my money on some person who cannot have the output? Grant finished, chapter closed, not a single paper, that's it. So all these are chain linked. And at the end of the day, my students used to say like that, you need a guru. In academics, you need a guru. In research also, you need a guru. But unfortunately, none of the magician will tell you the tricks when he is performing the magics on the stage. You need a person who will sit down with you. You have lots of these visiting professors and people coming from abroad. They will deliver the lecture and you will felicitate him, handshake. After that, they go away. Chapter closed. How many of the professors will sit down with your own people and do a paper, revise a paper or write a paper? That is actually needed. Unfortunately, nobody does it. You have to come to the basics. Yes, please.
Work in the India, in the Malaysia, in the Oman. So what the institutional support for the publications for the postgraduates and the faculties in Odisha and this part of the world, we don't have any institutional support. The sophisticated laboratories, testings, and the statisticians, and then the backup for the research is lacking in this part of the world. So how do you compare the research backup of different countries and how far it is essential for enhancing the publications from faculties and students?
Very good question. Very good question, and also a sensitive topic. Now, to tell you all, still now I belong to India and I'm a part of India. And I still now carry the Indian passport. I have not surrendered my residency. So I work on visa. So when I have this passport means I am also like one of you, an Indian. Now, sometimes when you say something, it is criticizing the system. But let us speak out the bitter truth. You cannot have proper research in the institution unless you have a roadmap. Just tell you go and publish one paper. So outside India, we have one assigned person as deputy dean who will be for research and postgraduate. Only dean will not cover academic, hospital, like this. Undergraduate one sub-dean, esteemed dean, postgraduate one with research, another will be clinical affairs. So it is deputed. And this is what is happening in different institutions. I cannot go and talk to the dean because I need a grant. Deputy dean of research will do it. First thing. Second is you need a proper research secretariat. Somebody has problem with the end note. Who will address it? Supervisor cannot address it. He is busy. You all are clinicians. So who will train? You have regular workshops from the deputy dean, Department of Postgraduate and Research, who will conduct the end note, say turn it in, repeated workshops on how to publish paper, how to write thesis, how to follow the protocol of thesis. Do you know that there is a particular format for writing a thesis in many institutions, even in India, some centralized institutions, where you cannot end the paragraph in the thesis suddenly. You need a certain space to be left on that page. So these are all the things which the student may not know. You have to train them. So proper dissemination of knowledge, as you had one thing in your slide, dissemination of the knowledge. Number 3. Number 4, institutions cannot rely on the government, maybe state or the government at the center. They will give you, but you cannot rely forever. So get the grants from overseas. There are certain grants, like last time there was a grant. Essentially, one of the countries should be from the Southeast region. Another can be from any other. These grants are for 10,000 euros, 15,000. Bring the 15,000 euros to SCB. The ranking status, different components are there. Boom, it will go up only on that criteria that you have got. Overseas grants. You have seen in VSS also, we had the thalassemia project. It was a grant from the United Nations. Sickle cell, yes. That was in Burla some 30 years back, we have seen. Who brings the grant these days? Nobody actually cares for that. So research has to be streamlined on this area. Then you have to bring a component of research in your undergraduate curriculum. This is very important.
Very nice presentation. I must tell that it's the impetus, the good motivation to the students as well as the faculties and those who are online. So congratulations on delivering such a very useful presentation here at SCB.
Thank you so much, Professor Jain. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, sir. I am so much deeply overwhelmed with your response. 10 out of 10. I can go back and tell my colleagues, my professors, they have given me 10 out of 10. So nice. But I help everybody without any vested interest. When I started doing this, many people thought that I am joining the team because I want my publications to increase. So that was not the case. And many thought that I have enough time in my life to do any work for anybody. So they started to give the papers, send the papers by email. And one day one fellow told, can I get it within the next 48 hours? So it became like a tailoring house, tailor shop. I give the order today. The dress will be ready by day after tomorrow. I inform the supervisor and the supervisor scolded the student. So whatever work I did it through the dean's office or documented. And I made that person has to sit in front of the computer, whether in US or Canada or Malaysia or India. We both decide, we talk and we go ahead. Not that I do the job because I'm not taking money from you. Neither I have enough time to do the things, which I think I learn. What you say, Prof, we learn every day. And if you see that, if you learn every day, no, people will come to speak more on the learning effect to you, just to tell you this is happened like that. So journals can, many of the institutions they have, each week what is happening. So that's it. Thank you so much, and may Almighty bless you. Keep the hard work going on, and any help you need. Yes.
So it is a super thank you.
Thank you so much.
Last 1 week I am pursuing you. I am also getting tense that if you will not reach in the morning flight, then I have to tell something. I will take help of only Jayanta, but you managed to come. That is all right. Now, what you will do about the workshop which you have planned? We'll do it after the break, or
We have, I will not take more than half an hour. Maximum 30 minutes. We have 35 minutes. Can we finish by 2:30 then? 2:30?
yes, then
So
you distribute
bring the
and-
material, please. We'll finish within half an hour. So this is a hands-on session in the workshop where I have one manuscript which has been published, and 4 groups are assigned. You will go through the manuscript, and each group will be given the task of commenting what is questionable, what could have been done better, like that. So how would you divide the groups, Dr. Satyashree? Kemti groups kemti kariyo? If not, at least what you do, 2 persons, 3 persons can share one. Give it random, and then we take it fast from them, the comments, and we wind it up. Any three can share one. Santosh, give me one copy. It is a published manuscript. Just give me one copy. Have one copy. Put a copy. Go through it. We'll have a very fast discussion. I don't think it will be possible because they have online. Okay, physical. Can we break it into 4 groups? Munawai will help us. Just sit according to 4 groups, 2 each side. Then each of the group can present. Okay, one group at the back here, one group at the front, 2 groups, and that side you have 2 groups, right? So the groups can decide amongst themselves. They can talk amongst themselves. So Munawai, we have. Hope this is not the cause of exodus, mass exodus. Open the chat box, sir. Those online also can participate, okay? So which are the groups, Munawai? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. So you can discuss amongst yourself each of the groups. No, abstract and title. Second. What? Change and references. চারটে মানে চারটে বসে যাবে পাঁচটা নেই So Manubhai will announce which group is assigned what.
Okay, so we have group A here. We are going to take the five facts and introduction. The second group you're taking materials and methods.
Materials and methods. Material and methods.
Just focus on
What is the material?
So group one, this is group one. Your assignment is title, abstract, and introduction. Don't look into the other sections of this paper. Second group there, sitting there, you look into the materials and methods. Third group there, you look into the results. Fourth group, they look only into the discussion.
and one of these group will come and present.
So you choose one team leader who will represent the group to critique what you have seen in that paper for that section. So the whiteboard is there. 1 and 2 group can use this one. The team leader will come. Then group 2, group 3, group 4. So you are given only 10 minutes. I think we can wind it fast. 10 minutes to look. Discuss amongst yourself. Don't do it personally. If you do it personally, then the teamwork doesn't come. Note down the points each of the team member feels. Leader can present it.
ये पास कर चुकी बीसीबीआर एग्जाम
In the meantime, I can address few of the answers for the questions put up in the chat box. Somebody asked regarding any difference between publishing in online and print versions. These days, print version is becoming lesser and lesser in number, more online. So whatever is accessible online is good enough. So you don't have to worry about print or online. But many of the universities, they do not accept it if it is early online. It has to be with page numbers. I think all the participants are quite highly pleased. So thanks to the organizers that you organized something, they could gain some knowledge. So read those facts of the specific sections given to you in this paper. Choose your team leader, note down the points, and present it. Another 5 minutes, that's it. He has, Professor Datta has. He has all the details. don't think much. But all the answers will be actually dug out from my lecture, what I have said for each section. If you recap those, then you can dig up. Who is the leader for the group 1? Who is the leader? Could you take the points from different members? Then you have to. You have taken already, eh? No, you take from your team members because you will be representing. If you represent, take the points, just points. Please convey your comments to the group leader because he will present. Are you done? So you can present. I think you can take the microphone also, come here. So please introduce yourself and all of you please pay attention here. We have the presentation from the first group.
Myself, Professor Bijay Kumar Behera, a professor of medicine.
And you remember me from Burla days.
Yes, I remember your face. Because
Vijay bhai.
Here the title is a little bit longer. It should be shorter. That is one.
Okay.
Abstract is haphazard. It is not structured. Abstract should be very brief also, because there are different journals which say 250, some says 250 words, NEJM say 200 words. So some journals say 350 words. So it should be within those frame, and it should be structured. Structure means after the result they have not given the conclusion. So there is some difficulty. Regarding introduction, few journals they say within 600 words will be a better introduction. So here words counting may be all right, but it has not been clearly mentioned. In the regarding objectives, they have written, given the points, but after introduction, from the very beginning, they can write objective also.
Thank you, Vijay. So that was group 1 presentation on the critical appraisal for this. We can have the comments from other groups also if you have in addition to these comments. Anybody wants to comment on the title? Other groups? I had told you something on the title regarding the name of the institution. Do you remember? So what did I tell? So what is, yes? Yes. Let everybody hear. Just speak on the microphone.
Sir, actually, it should be like it's a primary health center in particular name. I think it would be more better if it would have been a rural set of something that way,
Excellent.
of something that way. And sir, if I go for the introduction also, the last paragraph we didn't find any research gap. What is the research question? That research question not has been addressed at all.
Exactly,
No
exactly.
research question, sir. No research gap, no research question. It has not been addressed. Only whatever the people have done, what the researcher want to do, he or she did not say. anything.
Excellent. So
Thank you,
these are the two important things. You see a title, and in the title, unless something is very much specific to that institution or the hospital, don't bring the name. Otherwise, global context that has to be kept in mind. And the last paragraph of introduction, as she has said, it should clearly specify what is the lacunae in the existing literature and what did you aim to do that justifies your research question. Same thing, writing a proposal for a research or a thesis, very important. Excellent presentation by group one. Let us give them a big hand. Appreciate their teamwork and their thoughts. Now for group two, who is a leader and what you are presenting the facts? Please go ahead. Who is the leader? Please go ahead. We need to finish by another 10-15 minutes. Please introduce yourself and then.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Swayam Siddha Das. I'm a first year PG resident of Department of Psychiatry. So we were given to analyze the material and methods part. The first thing that we noticed that there was inconsistencies in the tense. Actually, it should be all in the past tense. There were some inconsistencies of present tense being used.
Actually, you had the least work. This group had the least work assigned to them. That's it. Any other thing?
There were no subheadings. There should be plenty of
Yes,
subheadings.
there are no subheadings.
The sample size.
Yes, she is speaking something. Cannot hear. You have the mask on.
She says study period is only 1 day.
Okay.
The sample size is also 60s.
Usually we do not write like this study period from certain date to 00 like that. The study was conducted over a period of 2 years. That's it. And you're correct. Subheading, the last subheading should have been statistical or data analysis. Any other thing very prominently missing in the materials and methods?
Inclusion criteria.
Inclusion, exclusion, okay. Any other thing? I told you, you should not forget. Yes?
Ethical.
Tell. They have written approval for the study was obtained. Now, many people, they confuse with ethical approval and consent. Both are not same. Ethical approval is at the very beginning when the study starts. Consent is when you take from the patients. With one, you cannot go ahead. So please look into this too also. Usually when you write inclusion and exclusion criteria, you write with running Roman 1, such and such inclusion and the exclusion like this. We do not write in any other bullet form or with comma. You have to use Roman letters 1 and 2. Okay, that's good approach by the group 2. Let's appreciate their efforts. We go to the group 3. Munubhai is helping me. Thank you so much. Now, Munubhai, you have to see who is the leader from that side. Please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Subishmita Samal from Physiology Department. We have been assigned result part of the article. Then-
Just hold the mic close to your mouth.
We are assigned the result part of the articles. So what I found, that we found that I think it may exceed the word limit since it's very lengthy. It's covering 2 to 3 pages. And secondly, you told during the presentation that we shouldn't frame sentences like the table one and like that. In the page E, it is written table one shows that out of 60 samples, among 12 were written like that. It should not be written like that. And further, the long sentences are used rather than using.
Yes, that's a very correct thing which you have pointed out. Long sentences. You can find long sentences, usually more than 4 lines. 1.5 line, 2 lines is okay. You're correct. Long sentences. Go ahead.
But other things are, they are correct. Like the tables, they have titles with them, so it is correct. And they have absolute number along with the percentage, so that is correct. That is only the things I found that.
Yes,
The
good.
long sentences are there, and it is written like table one shows out of 50 samples, like this kind of framing of sentences in the page number 3. That much only.
Sometimes they say that it is unnecessary jargon. That means what you write in the form of sentences, again the same thing is vomited in the table. And you can see the same thing here. You can see, isn't it? What is there? So what is the necessity of having a table when you have said everything in the text? Good. Any other thing? Did you see the table 2? Huge parameters are there listed, and not much interest in the table anyone can have because only percentage is given. So sometimes tables with only percentages, pie diagrams like that with 2 only parameters, these are useless unless you have any other column, 3-4 columns like that. So that is just, they want to kill the pages. And remember one thing, when you have this pie diagram, many people, they will do the pie diagram with only 2 parameters. That is not acceptable. You need to have more than 2. That's it. Anybody else? Yes. 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 Introduce yourself. Who are you?
Sir, myself, Dr. Karishma Naik, PG department.
Just hold closer to you.
Myself, Dr. Karishma Naik, PG department, physiology first year. So the figure 2, which has been pie diagram has been done. So many of the symptoms are there, like general and reproductive symptoms, like some of the like vaginal related, all the non-obstetric morbidity profile and general. It could have been differentiated into general and reproductive, not like all the things is not actually visible
They have clubbed everything together.
together. So like in general and reproductive, they could have divided like that. Table.
Good. Even the figure 2 also, you see the frequency distribution. What they mean, I do not know. That one.
Yes.
Only percentage and again giving the pie
Could
diagram.
have given like general symptoms and that much percentage and reproductive part.
Good. That is a good point you have pointed out.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, that much only from the group 3, or anybody else wants to chip in? That's it. Thank you. Thank you, group 3, and also give them a big round of applause. Now the last group, group 4.
Hello, sir. Myself, Dr. Maheshwari, PG second year, Department of Anatomy. We were given discussion part. Here we can see that actually the discussion part should be occupying 3/4 of the paper, but here the introduction as well as the discussion part, they are occupying same proportion. And the citations should be more in the discussion part, whereas here in introduction part, they are having more citations.
Correct. It's a good point. Go on, anything else?
These were the
Yes, your colleague wants to join.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Ipshita Panigrahi, final year PG, Department of Anatomy. Here in the discussion part, the comparison study, it should be like the language can be alternate language can be used like the study conducted similar to the previous studies. It's just directed, the language can be like different.
Yes, good. Accepted. Any other? Line number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth line in discussion. Do you notice something glaring? Community health center. C is lowercase, H is lowercase, center is uppercase. I don't think any of the institution you have only one word with the first one in uppercase. So that is a glaring mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th line discussion. 8th line. Anything you see very peculiar? What? I have seen writers even writing Professor so and so. Professor so and so colleagues reported. When you cite, you write only the surname of the author. So if it is Rogers, Edgar's within bracket here should come. Every journal will have different style, but this is uniform. Name comes means within bracket, you have to give the year. Same in the thesis. And some people say, I'm citing it in the next sentence. No, as the sentence ends, the feeling ends. I do not take the same feeling in the next sentence. So every sentence has its own merit. It has to be cited. Not that it is continuation of facts, so I cite once. And you cannot write like G, Rama, Padma. R is capital, G is capital, Padma, P is small letter. This is something serious mistake. Are you happy with the conclusion? Are you happy with the conclusion? Short. They say it is short. But do you find the clinical implications of the study? And can you relate what they have found in this study with regard to the title? That means their hypothesis and what they found. Are you happy with the research question and what they got the results? It could have been better. It could have been better, isn't it? One very important thing missing in the discussion. You could not find? Ideally, the discussion should have at its towards the end. What was that missing? One is regarding highlighting of something and another is regarding accepting something. I give the clue. One is regarding highlighting of something which was missed out, and then which not missed out, which was exaggerated, and one is regarding accepting something. What is that? Weakness. Very good. weakness. Weakness was left out. That means limitations. Limitations were left out. Then these high-fi sentences. Our study also first reported that anemia. High claims. And if it is found that it has such studies have been done. So all these are glorifying oneself to be more modest to the best of our knowledge, you can write. So that is how the critical appraisal was done within 25 minutes by 4 groups. So I believe when I leave today, all of you will become good reviewers. You can review, you can guide your students, you can write more, and you have gained a lot of knowledge when you had done the thing on your own. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, very much for your valuable comments. And we have the postgraduates over here. They must have learned also, because few years back when you had given a talk regarding this, I still remember those few words that gets imprinted once when talks about it. That is, you had said, never start a sentence with a numerical value. I still remember. And usually the things what we do, we just modify ourselves, or we polish ourselves with this certain discontinued medical educations. So frequent CMAs on these topics will be helpful for everybody, even for postgraduates and also for the beginners and also for faculties also. And one more thing, that is, a publication is a must, and in Odisha for any kind of promotion it has become a must, and that is in high impact journals also it has. And earlier when we used to publish in any journal, it was acceptable, but nowadays it is not. So guidance from your side must be helpful, and all the faculties who are there online also, we must thank all of them. Okay, come, sir.
So it is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for the CME conducted over here by our Department of Anatomy under the aegis of ASI Odisha State Chapter. First of all, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our Dean and Principal, Professor Prasanjit Mahanti sir, by whose permission and motivation we could organize such a CME successfully. Thank you, sir, for your kindness to conduct the CME. Special thanks to our young and dynamic additional DMT, Professor Kishore Das sir, who graced the occasion from his very busy schedule of work. Our heartfelt thanks to Professor Satyanarayan Samal sir, President ASI Odisha Chapter, and Professor B.K. Datta sir, ex-President ASI Odisha Chapter, under whose direction and guidance we could able to conduct the CME smoothly and successfully. Thank you, sirs, for your constant support. We are thankful to our star speakers, Professor Jayant Ponda and Professor Srijit Das, for their expertise in the field of research and publication of their research work in high impact journals of global repute. Thank you, sir, for your positive response to our invitation to conduct the CME in our department. I would like to thank Dr. Satyasri Rai, Chairman, Organizing Committee and HOD of Anatomy Department, for organizing such an ICME during his short tenure as in charge HOD. I thank all professors and HODs, faculties and PG students present online and offline here, without whom our endeavor would have been fruitless. Finally, I thank media persons and all other staffs of our department for their constant technical support and needful help. Thank you all.
Now I request all the sirs madams and the students to kindly proceed to the courtyard for the lunch. Thank you.